A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
And now, Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and what it means to be the wife of a famous star. Wealthy Rupert Barlow, financial backer of the play in which Larry Noble was starred until his arrest for the murder of the young ne'er-do-well Oliver Wilson, has engaged the famous trial lawyer Clarence Brewster to handle Larry's defense. Now, on the surface, this would seem a most generous act, and so it seems to Mary. But Rupert Barlow is rarely motivated by generosity. And in this case, he's making a grandstand play to impress Mary and perhaps kindle in her the romantic fire that has burned like a fever within him for many months. Right now, Brewster is interviewing an important witness in the case. She is beautiful Claudia Vincent, the actress for whom Larry is said to have murdered young Wilson in a jealous rage. We hear the lawyer say,
"You haven't answered my question, Miss Vincent."
Well, how do you expect me to answer such an insulting question as that?
It wasn't meant as an insult, merely as a means of arriving at the truth. I asked you whether you were willing to take the stand and suppress evidence against Larry Noble for a price.
I don't like it when you say it like that, Mr. Brewster. It sounds so terribly mercenary.
Forgive me for hurting your feelings, Miss Vincent. But you came here of your own choice to see me about giving testimony in the Noble trial, isn't that right?
Yes.
And your testimony, as you've clearly hinted, is damaging to the defendant.
Well, I can't help it if I saw things backstage at the theater the night Oliver Wilson was murdered.
Quite right, Miss Vincent. Yet I find your position anomalous. Let me review the pictures I see it. You made your debut as a Broadway actress in this play that is just closed?
Yes.
And Larry Noble was the star. The chief drawing card, if I may say so, without offending you.
Well, of course Larry Noble was the drawing card. That's why Mr. Ramsey, the producer, had to close the play after Larry was arrested. Nobody would have crowded to the box office to see the rest of the cast.
Including you?
Mr. Brewster, I'm nobody as far as the theater is concerned. The only experience I've had was the few nights between the murder and the closing of the play. That's why I'm in such desperate straits right now. I depended on that play to mold my entire future.
I see. Let me be sure of this all-important fact, Miss Vincent. You did get this big chance to appear in a Broadway play. A smash hit, I believe this one would be called, through the personal efforts and intervention of Larry Noble.
Yes. He was very kind about helping me.
Why?
Because he thought I had ability.
A moment ago, you admitted he was madly, wildly in love with you. He was willing to jeopardize the play which he'd worked to build into a hit for an unknown actress. He gave you a part in the play. Wouldn't that suggest that he was more than casually interested?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Suppose I put you on the stand and you insist it was your career as an actress, not a personal interest that prompted Larry's action. Would you expect to be believed?
No. No, not if you put it that way. I thought you wanted to help Larry Noble. I came here to offer my own efforts.
Not quite that, Miss Vincent. You made a condition. At least you indicated that you would make a financial condition.
I told you that I'm desperate, Mr. Brewster.
By all accounts, so is Larry Noble. He's charged with murder. A murder he is supposed to have committed because of you. Isn't it only natural to suppose that there must have been some understanding between you at the time he heard about your elopement with this Oliver Wilson, the man who was murdered?
What do you mean by that?
There's no need to be so indignant, Miss Vincent. I only suggested that you must have given Larry Noble some indication that you returned his romantic yearnings.
I was very fond of Larry.
Was? I wonder why you always use the past tense. Has your ardor cooled?
There never was any ardor, Mr. Brewster.
I see. That explains a lot. But surely Larry Noble couldn't have known that his feelings were not reciprocated. He must have believed that he had a chance, or he wouldn't have risked so much. Now then, on the very night you were to appear in this play for the first time, Larry Noble learned that you had eloped with a young man named Oliver Wilson. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And who was this young Wilson? An idler, a handsome young fortune hunter, who'd been brought to this country from Bermuda by the romantic spinster Miss Julia Dixon, secretary to Rupert Barlow. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, that is.
Now then, Miss Dixon has for many years kept house for Mr. Rupert Barlow out on Long Island, believing always that one day she would become his wife.
Yes. Yes, she's made a perfect fool of herself for 10 years, when she ought to know that Rupert won't ever marry her. She brought Oliver Wilson here from Bermuda, just to try to make him jealous. Or she even pretended that Oliver was in love with her, as if he'd look at her twice.
And instead, Mr. Wilson fell in love with you and persuaded you to elope with him. Is that it?
I was carried away by his charm, by his romantic intensity.
And not by the fact that you believed him to be a fabulously wealthy young Englishman instead of the fortune-hunting pauper he turned out to be.
I don't see why you persist in asking me insulting questions, when I only came here to try to... To
sell your testimony to the highest bidder?
Mr. Brewster, I told you that I have knowledge that would be very harmful to Larry Noble if it were brought out in court.
And if it were made worth your while, you might consent to forget about it.
I don't know what to do. I'm absolutely desperate. I don't know how I'll get along now or where I'll go. I must have help, and I thought you'd welcome my offer to help you defend Larry Noble.
And if I don't accept your offer?
Then I'll go on the stand and tell everything I know, everything.
Even if it convicts Larry Noble of murder?
I have no other choice.
Miss Vincent, allow me to say that it seems a very poor return for Mr. Noble's efforts in your behalf. Have you willing to testify against him now? You know, of course, that the police have charged him with the murder because they believe he killed this Oliver Wilson in a jealous rage when he learned of his elopement with you.
I don't know what the police think. I only know that I took the trouble to come here today because I felt my testimony was valuable to you. Because I have information that you need.
You haven't told me what that information is, Miss Vincent.
And I don't intend to tell you. Do you think I'm crazy? I won't tell you anything until you agree to my terms.
Then how am I to judge the importance of your information?
You can take my word for it, Mr. Brewster.
And if I don't?
You'll be sorry.
What about Larry Noble? You say you bear him no malice. Surely you owe him a debt of gratitude. Yet you want to be paid for your help.
I know that you need my testimony. I realize that it sounds mercenary, but, well, I can't afford to be anything else. You've got to pay me for my help.
I'm sorry, Miss Vincent, I disagree. In fact, I wouldn't consider making this kind of bargain. It's entirely unethical in every way.
Unethical? Why, you talk about ethics when everybody knows the tricks you've resorted to in your career? Why, how can you possibly sit there so smug and so superior and talk about ethics?
Sorry, Miss Vincent. It's no use.
Very well, then. But you'll regret this decision. I'll see you in court, all right, but I'll be against you all the way. And I promise you that you can't ever get an acquittal without my help.
Well, Miss Vincent, that's the chance I must take. I'll see you to the door, if you please.
I can see myself. Goodbye, Mr. Brewster, and I don't need your help.
Keep it up, Miss Vincent. You're doing fine. Put me through to Mr. Rupert Barlow.
Meantime, Mary Noble is talking to her husband, Larry, in a visiting room at the city jail in downtown New York, where we hear her say,
Larry, I do hope you're not going to be angry with me for what I've done. I simply couldn't see any other way. And I didn't want to keep bothering you with every move I made.
What are you talking about, Mary? What's happened?
I've closed up the house in Rosehaven.
Oh?
Let me explain, darling. It was just too far driving back and forth all the way to Long Island, and
I thought you had Rupert Barlow to act as official chauffeur.
He's been terribly nice about everything. But it was too difficult. Particularly now. People are saying such dreadful things. And I thought, for Larry Jr.'s sake as well as my own, it would be better to move into New York, to be closer to you.
And so you've moved. I take it you're all settled.
Yes. Rupert simply insisted that we take over his apartment here. It's perfectly lovely, as you know, Larry, and so very convenient.
Yes, I'm sure it is. A little too convenient, perhaps.
And Maud Marlowe has agreed to move in while we're in New York. So you see, dear, it really will be better for everyone.
I'm glad to hear it, Mary.
Has Mr. Brewster been here yet? Have you talked to him?
No. He hasn't bothered to consult me on my views. As a matter of fact, no one seems to care about what I might think. I haven't even had an answer to an urgent letter I sent out with Harold Ramsey day before yesterday.
Well, who was the letter for? Do you want me to find out if he got it?
No. Thanks just the same. I'll handle this myself.
Larry, are you very upset because I moved to New York? Don't you know that I only want to be close to you? To do everything in the world to help you.
Yes, I know. By putting yourself completely into Rupert Barlow's hands.
Mary winces at this direct thrust, which she considers ill-deserved, but she says nothing more. Be sure to be listening tomorrow to Backstage Wife, the story of Mary Noble and her husband Larry Noble, famous Broadway star.
Our Miss Brooks, starring Eve Arden. Episode of Our Miss Brooks, written by Al Lewis. Well, many of us find it extremely difficult to get up early every morning, but our Miss Brooks, who teaches English at Madison High School, has been doing it for years.
Yes, and I've learned one thing about early rising that's helped me immeasurably. Once I jump out of bed, close the window, and do my setting up exercises, there's only one more thing I want to do, and that's to get right back in bed again. Last Friday morning, though, I was up and almost dressed by the time my landlady knocked on the door.
Won't you get up, Connie?
I am up, Mrs. Davis. Come on in. I'm trying to get to school early so I can chat with Mr. Boynton for a few minutes before our first class.
Is Mr. Boynton still as unapproachable as ever, Connie?
I guess so, Mrs. Davis. But you know something? During this past week, I've gotten closer to him than ever before.
Really, dear? How did you do that?
I've been wearing my sneakers to school. I hope I've got time for breakfast before Walter Denton comes to pick me up. There's something he wants to talk to me about before school starts.
Well, he can talk to you at breakfast, Connie. My goodness, you've got to keep your strength up some way. We both know you don't get enough sleep.
Well, I didn't last night. Minerva slept in here with me, and she was very restless.
I don't know what's the matter with that cat lately. Between you and me, Connie, I think she's got something.
Between you and me, I think she's got several.
Maybe it's a mistake to let her get so friendly with the collie next door. They play together all the time, you know.
Oh, so that's the source. Mm-hmm. Minerva had me up half the night with her pounding.
That's just her tail beating on the floor while she's hunting.
Oh, I don't mind her tail thumping so much, but every time she catches something with one paw, she applauds with the other three.
Suppose we join Minerva in the breakfast nook. I've just given her some milk.
Fine, I'll have a saucerful, too.
Sit right down, dear. I'll boil you a couple of eggs.
Just one egg will be plenty, Mrs. Davis.
Well, Oh, Walter... That must be Walter Denton now.
Just 6 eggs will be plenty, Mrs. Davis. The door isn't locked. Come in, Walter.
Hi, Miss Brooks, Mrs. Davis.
Hello, Walter.
How do you want your eggs, Walter? Quickly, please.
Ready to breakfast yet?
Oh, sure, but it's 7:30 almost, and we eat an awful early breakfast at my place.
How early?
7:15.
I don't know how you're still standing up.
I'll whip up an omelet for all of us.
Miss Brooks, I'd like to ask you about something.
What's that, Walter?
Well, as you know, Halloween is usually celebrated tomorrow night, Saturday. But Harriet Franklin's going up to her folks' bungalow at Crystal Lake for the weekend, so we wondered if it would be all right with you if we celebrated the holiday tonight.
Well, why come to me? Shouldn't you contact the Goblins Union?
We wanted to sort of have a little party. You know, Harriet, my pal Stretch Snodgrass, and I, and we were planning on inviting you, too.
Oh? Where were you planning on holding this party, Walter?
At your place.
How nice of you to invite me along. But I'm afraid we couldn't have any Halloween parties here, Walter. After all, I don't own this cottage. I just rent a room for Mrs. Davis.
Oh, we've already got her permission. She's going to the movies tonight. Harriet asked her on the phone yesterday. It's just up to you, Miss Brooks.
Well, I'm afraid I'm not interested in Halloween parties, Walter. I've got quite a bit of work to catch up on, and tonight looks like an ideal time to do it. Sorry, but you'll have to hold your party someplace else.
Gee, Miss Brooks, Harriet and Stretch will be awfully disappointed. And so will Mr. Boynton.
Mr. Boynton?
Yeah. I was talking to him yesterday, and he was saying what swell fun he always thought Halloween was when he was a kid. And then we invited him to the party, too, and he accepted. And now there's no place to have the party.
What's wrong with having the party right here?
Hello, Principal's office. Osgood Conklin himself speaking.
Hello, Osgood. It's me, Martha.
We've been married 18 years, woman. I know your name.
Do try not to be so testy. Do you realize that you left home this morning without even saying goodbye?
Well, that's easily remedied. Goodbye.
Wait, Osgood. I just called to remind you about your doctor's appointment this morning. He said he wanted to see you before we go to Crystal Lake tomorrow.
I am well aware of that fact. I've had plenty of time to think about it during the sleepless hours I spent listening to your dog thumping his tail at the foot of our bed all night.
But Prince was so lonesome, dear. After all, we've got each other. He's all alone.
Well, he wasn't alone last night. I never heard such scratching in all my born days. What's he got, anyway?
Well, he can't possibly have anything, dear. You know he doesn't play with other dogs. In fact, he would have died of loneliness last week if I hadn't taken him over to Mrs. Davis's to play with her cat, Minerva.
Well, you've got to keep him away from me. My blood pressure is higher than it's been in years. To make my morning complete, when I bent down to tie my shoelaces, my glasses fell out.
Did they break?
Not until I straightened up and stepped on them.
Well, darling, in a couple of days in Crystal Lake, that will make a new man of you. Now go down to the doctor's and get a nice sedative to take with you.
Very well, Martha. It's a good thing I have an extra pair of glasses with me, or I couldn't find my way to the door.
Now, whatever you do, Osgood, don't break those.
Thank you, my dear. I think that's sterling advice. Goodbye. It's later than I thought. I'd better hurry.
So you see, Walt, if we all meet in the cafeteria at lunchtime, we can make the plan for... Oh!
Good. Miss Brooks, I presume.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Conklin. I didn't see you coming. Oh, dear, I seem to have broken your glasses. Do you have another pair?
No, Miss Brooks, I haven't. But perhaps I could get you a long stick and let you smash the windows in my office.
You seem to be in quite a hurry, Mr. Conklin. Could I maybe take you somewhere?
Who is speaking?
It's me, Walter Denton. Your daughter Harriet's dreamboat.
My daughter, Harriet's... I'll talk to you later, Miss Brooks. Denton, pick up that shattered glass.
Yes, sir. Oh, what should I do with it, Mr. Conklin?
Eat it, you lame-brained dunce!
Gosh, Mr. Conklin's sure in a bad mood today. He looks pretty purple, doesn't he?
Even for him. He certainly is excitable.
Hi, Walter. Oh, hello, Miss Brooks.
Hi.
Hello, Harriet.
Did you run into Daddy yet this morning?
It's in the hands of the insurance company now.
His temper's pretty miserable today.
Yes, I know. Poor Daddy's been depressed all week long. I don't know what it is. We all try to please him.
What he needs is some recreation and diversion. Say, I have an idea.
What is it, Miss Brooks?
Well, instead of my place tonight, why don't we have our Halloween party at your house, Harriet? That way we could surprise your father and cheer him up a little bit.
Wonderful.
Miss Brooks, you've done it again.
Anxious as I was to get back into Mr. Conklin's good graces, I determined to make the Halloween party Friday night a roaring success. I had asked the kids to meet me in the school cafeteria at lunchtime, and the first one to show up was Madison's star athlete, Stretch Snodgrass. Although a whiz on the football field, Stretch's outstanding scholastic achievement occurred during a test last week when he spelled his name correctly. I was having a cup of coffee when he approached my table.
Here I am, Miss Brooks. Mind if I sit down?
Not at all, Stretch, but wouldn't you like to bring some food over before we discuss the party?
Oh, no, ma'am. I already ate.
please, Stretch. I've already eaten.
Oh, good. Then we can get right down to business. Walter said he thought we all ought to masquerade as something tonight.
That's a fine idea, Stretch. You could come as a student.
I got my outfit all set, Miss Brooks. I got some chaps home and spurs and 2 6-shooters that shoot real blanks. I'm coming as Hopalong Cassidy. That is, if nobody minds.
Why should anybody mind, unless Roy Rogers shows up?
What are you going to masquerade as, Miss Brooks?
Oh, I haven't made up my mind yet, Stretch. Of course, every good Halloween party should have a witch. Yes, I might come as a witch.
Perfect.
Don't sound so enthusiastic. Pretty short notice to get a costume made, and I may not...
Why go to all that trouble? Why don't you just wear what you got on?
Big as he is, I'll have to slug him. Now, look, Stretch,
Hey, Miss Brooks, Stretch. Well, things are sure shaping up. Look at these 12 noisemakers I bought this morning.
When did you find time to get all this junk, Walter?
I sneaked out of one of my morning classes.
Walter, you didn't.
Well, it was important, Miss Brooks. Besides, there's no harm done. Nobody even noticed I was gone.
That's what I like, a nice observant teacher.
Oh, it wasn't the teacher's fault. You were facing the blackboard at the time. Look at this horn. It's got a siren in the mouthpiece. Listen.
Please, Walter, you're in the cafeteria.
So what?
One more blast like that, and the beef stew will pull over to the right. Now, tell me, how are you going to the masquerade?
I got a terrific idea, Miss Brooks. I'm just going to put on an old sheet. Do you think Mr. Conklin will get a kick out of me as a ghost?
If he thought it was on the level, it would add 10 years to his life.
What are you coming at, Brooks?
Oh, I haven't quite decided yet. Any suggestions?
Well, just one. I don't want you to think I'm being fresh or anything, but, this is going to be a Halloween party, and, I'd be glad to furnish you with a broom.
I guess I'm a natural for it.
Look who's coming over.
Oh, it's Mr. Boynton. Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Walter.
Hello, Mr. Boynton.
Hello, Stretch. Hello, Miss Brooks.
Hello, Mr. Boynton. Goodbye, Walter. Goodbye, Stretch.
We ain't going nowhere.
Stretch. Don't you know the old expression, two's company, three's a crowd?
Oh, sure I do. But there's 4 of us.
You gotta help Harriet figure out a costume for tonight. See you later, folks.
Yeah, see you later, folks.
Oh, so long, boys. Well, Miss Brooks, I think it's a splendid idea you're giving this little surprise party for our principal tonight. It should do him a world of good.
It should do us a world of good, too, if he brightens up a bit. What kind of an outfit do you think you'll wear, Mr. Boynton?
Well, I've got a skeleton costume home that I used to have quite a bit of fun with in my college days. It's just a black, tight-fitting garment with a bunch of bones hanging on it.
Bones?
Yes, they're treated with a phosphorescent paint that makes them glow in the dark. It's quite a startling effect, the more so since I gathered the bones when I was an anatomy student.
From anyone I know?
I don't mean to dwell on it, Miss Brooks, but I find bones a rather fascinating subject, don't you?
That depends on what they're wrapped up in.
Yes. How are you masquerading tonight?
Oh, I don't know. If you're coming as a skeleton, maybe I'll come as a bottle of vitamin. I'm really a little stumped, Mr. Boynton. What do you think I should be?
Well, the 2 most popular figures associated with Halloween are a black cat and a witch.
And I'm much too tall for a cat. Walter! Oh, Walter! Get a lube job on that broom, boy. Constance Brooks rides tonight.
I'm glad we're going away in the morning, Martha. Dr. Benson told me I'm very close to the breaking point.
Yes. Of course,
Don't shout so. He said that some of my trouble was caused by my blood pressure, but that part of it was due to an overactive imagination. He wants me to be calm, relax more. I'd like to see him relax with that recurring dream I've had.
You mean the one where the ghost visits you at night?
Yes. Only the last couple of times it's gotten worse. Instead of a plain ghost, I've been getting one with Walter Denton's head on it.
Really, Osgood, I just don't know what you've got against that poor boy. Harriet's very fond of him.
Then she should see a doctor, too. Where is she, Martha?
Well, she's in her room, dear, getting dressed. She said something about a party tonight.
Parties. It's all kids nowadays think about. Well, there won't be any parties at Crystal Lake. There won't be any nightmares either. Why, Martha, do you realize that while I was sitting in the doctor's office today, I saw a bulldog by his desk?
A bulldog?
It was the shadow of his umbrella stand. But I almost jumped out of my skin before he explained it.
Things like that happen to people every day, Osgood.
Not to me, they don't. At least they'd better not. How do you think the Board of Education would like it if they thought one of their principals went round seeing bulldogs?
Just don't mention it to anyone, darling. Now I'm going to get you a glass of warm milk, and you stay right comfy in your chair till I get back.
You're very well. Yes. That thing looked like a bulldog. Martha's right, though. I'd better not mention it to a soul. Now, who in the world can that be? Coming!
Good evening, Mr. Conklin. May I come in?
There's no tactful way I can refuse you admission. Come in, Miss Brooks.
Have the others arrived yet?
Others? What others?
You'll see when they get here. Is Harriet at home?
Yes, she's putting on her party dress.
Oh, then you know about it. It should do you a lot of good, Mr. Conklin. There's nothing like a house full of people to get your mind off yourself.
A house full of... Miss Brooks, is this party to be given in this house?
Of course.
I see. Then if you'll excuse me, I'll just take my hat and coat and beat an orderly retreat.
But, Mr. Conklin...
My doctor has forbidden any excitement whatsoever.
Your doctor? This is a fine time to tell me. I mean, I didn't know you were in such bad shape, Mr. Conklin.
I am on the verge of a nervous collapse, Miss Brooks. I don't want to spoil everybody's fun. I'll just leave quietly.
Leave? But, Mr. Conklin, where'll you go?
What's the difference where I go? I'll just wander around the park like a homeless gypsy.
You can't do that. You wouldn't look good in earrings. You're not a well man, Mr. Conklin. Look, Mrs. Davis is going to the movies tonight. Now, why don't you let me drive you over to our place until I can eliminate the horde of guests who are coming here. You'll love it over there, Mr. Conklin. You'll be able to relax completely.
If it will stave off my breakdown, Miss Brooks, it's the least I can do for my family.
Left right after dinner, Mr. Boynton. I guess she forgot to buy a few items for the party tonight. I'm sure she'll be right back.
Fine.
Swell. This way our surprise will work out even better. Surprise?
Yes, ma'am. We thought we'd try out some of our Halloween tricks on Miss Brooks before we go over to Mr. Conklin's house.
That's a wonderful idea. I hope I didn't scare you in my ghost outfit. No, I thought you were the laundry man.
How do you like my costume, Mrs. Davis?
My, you've lost weight, haven't you?
This is a skeleton suit in honor of Halloween.
Isn't that terrifying? And who's this cowboy with you?
I'm Hopalong Cassidy, Mrs. Davis, but I'm really Stretch Snodgrass.
I'd never have known. Well, if you'll all go into the house, I'm sure Miss Brooks will be delighted to see you. I've got to get down to the theater now.
Oh, what movie are you seeing tonight, Mrs. Davis?
Jolson Sings Again.
Again?
I saw it last week also. Have a nice time, children.
What should I do with this bucket of water we're ducking for apples in, Walter?
Oh, and just put it down by the piano, Stretch. Now, I'll tell you what we'll do. Before Miss Brooks comes back, let's all hide somewhere so we can really surprise her.
Good idea, Walter. Now, why don't you get behind that couch? Stretch, you hide behind the kitchen door, and I'll get into the hall closet.
Great. And we'll all come out when I blow this whistle. Okay?
Got you, Walter. Hey, look, out the window. Miss Brooks is coming up the walk, and she's got Mr. Conklin with her.
Mr. Conklin? Oh, she probably wanted to get him out of the way while we were getting things ready at his place.
So much the better. We'll We'll surprise both of them at the same time. Now, first I'll put the lights out. Quick, let's get out of sight.
Well, here we are, Mr. Conklin. I guess Mrs. Davis has left for the movies. The lights are all out.
But it does seem quite deserted in here.
I'll turn on this hall light so you can see to hang your things up in the closet. I'll turn some lights on in the living room while you put your hat and coat away.
Thank you, Miss Brooks.
Miss Brooks! Miss Brooks!
What is it, Mr. Conklin? What's the trouble?
Your closet. In the hall. What do you keep in there?
Just my coat, Mr. Conklin.
I see. Tell me, Miss Brooks, is it a long black coat with luminous bones?
Luminous bones? Oh, no. Oh, please wait right here, Mr. Conklin. I'll investigate.
Oh, it's me, Miss Brooks. You should have seen Mr. Conklin's face when
Get behind those other coats immediately, Mr. Boynton.
But, Miss Brooks...
I can't explain now, but don't you dare come out of there until you get a signal.
Well, Miss Brooks, what did you see?
See? I didn't see anything, Mr. Conklin. It must have been your imagination.
My imagination? Then the doctor was right.
That, Mr. Conklin?
I'd rather not talk about it, Miss Brooks. If I could just lie down somewhere.
Oh, of course, Mr. Conklin. Just stretch out on this couch. I'll go get another cushion for you.
All right. That's better. I must be quite a sick man. If I weren't sick, I wouldn't be moaning like this. On the other hand, it's better than What am I saying? I'm not the one who's moaning.
I've returned. I've come back.
Who's that? Where are you?
Look behind you. Behind the couch.
Behind the tree.
Are you all right? What happened?
Miss Brooks, how long have I been asleep?
Asleep?
Yes.
You just hit the couch, Mr. Conklin. Which reminds me, maybe you'd better see a good psychiatrist. This screaming of yours can lead to something dangerous.
Just do me a favor, Miss Brooks. Look behind that couch.
Certainly, sir, if it'll make you feel any better. But I assure you there's absolutely nothing behind this couch. I'm sorry if I startled you, Mr. Conklin, but my cat Minerva's back here.
With a sheet?
She was making her bed. Stay out of sight, Minerva. There's a good Gurger boy.
If you don't mind, Miss Brooks, I'd like to take a couple of pills my doctor prescribed. May I have some water, please?
Certainly, sir. If you've got an extra pill or two, I'll be happy to join you. Just sit right here, Miss Conklin. I'll go into the kitchen and get some water. No, on second thought, you'd better come with me. I don't want you to get nervous again.
Yes, I think you're right, Miss Brooks. Doesn't do for me to be alone lately.
Now, where's that light switch?
Well, dog bite catch if it ain't roundup time.
Actually taken leave of my senses?
Oh, it isn't a real leave, Mr. Conklin. You're just on a weekend pass. Oh, lots that people get temporary hallucinations. Maybe we'd better go back to your house.
Yes. At a time like this, I suppose I should be near my loved one.
Happy Halloween, Mr. Conklin. Look, it's me.
Vincent, how did you...
What's this?
It's just my coat coming over. Get back to the closet.
It's me, Mr. Conklin. I'm a skeleton, see?
Look at me, Mr. Conklin. I'm Hopalong Cassidy, and I'll plug the first hombre that makes the move. Snodgrass. Oh, stop that!
I must control myself.
What's wrong, Mr. Conklin? You don't seem to be enjoying yourself.
Yeah, you act all jumpy and funny. Gosh, Miss Brooks went to a lot of trouble to get this thing organized.
Walter, please.
Oh, Miss Brooks organized it, did she?
Sure, she planned the whole thing.
She deserves every bit of credit.
Well, she's certainly going to get it. Miss Brooks, I want you... Miss Brooks, get your head out of that bucket. This is no time to be ducking for apples.
Who's ducking for apples? I'm trying to drown myself.
And now, once again, here is our Miss Brooks.
Well, Mr. Conklin was so glad to find out that the things he thought had been happening to him that he excused us all and hurried home. Shortly afterwards, I excused Walter and Stretch, which left just Mr. Boynton, the parlor sofa, and me.
Well, here we are, Miss Brooks. You know, with that lamplight shining on your hair, you're absolutely, well...
Yes, Mr. Boynton?
Yoo-hoo, folks.
What's that?
Look, at the window. It's Mrs. Davis with a pumpkin head.
Just what I needed.
Happy Halloween, Connie. Trick or treat.
I've got a trick, Mrs. Davis. Here's 60 cents. Treat yourselves to Jolson Sings again.
Be sure to listen to Mr. and Mrs. North Tuesday evening over most of these same stations. And be with us again next week at the same time for another comedy episode of Our Miss Brooks. Bob LeBron speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Yes, medical science offers you proof positive it is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Program starring Red Skelton with David Forrester and his orchestra, our singing star Anita Ellis, Gigi Pearson, Verna Felton, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. It's a pleasure to bring you Metro Goldwyn Mayer's popular comedian and the star of the Raleigh Cigarette Program, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I feel great tonight. I saw Bob Hope over in Griffith Park selling benches today. I'm proud of that. That ain't in here. How are you tonight, Mr. O'Connor?
Oh, a little tired from trying to outsmart the 1st of April pranksters, Red. Tell me, did you get fooled much?
Yeah, I started the day off by unwrapping a big package that I was in. Somebody played another dirty trick. They called up and said the butcher had butter, see, but I didn't go down to the butcher store.
What was the dirty trick?
He had butter. Oh, I would like to thank whoever sent me that pound of butter. I got a pound of butter, you know.
Really?
Yeah.
Somebody sent you a pound of butter?
Yeah. Me and the mailman had quite a spread, see. The butter was melted. But we didn't let it go to waste, see. We had toast, postcards, and coffee.
Well, speaking of butchers, I see the OPA has upped the price of pork and ham.
Yeah.
You going to ask for a raise?
You can get more money, too. Beef was included in that. Fat boy.
Fat boy, well.
He's toting enough soap in that pot to clean up the nation. Look, why don't you get out of the meat market and give yourself up, Rod? Or didn't you know there was a fatties of short? I mean, a short...
Just stick with it. It's there. All you have to do is read it.
Yes, you keep on. We may spare the rod tonight, you know. Look, don't call me I'm no ham, you know. Hams can be cured, you know.
Hello, Red.
How are you, Anita?
Oh, I read in the April issue of Screenland magazine that you're quite a hunter. Is that true?
No, I usually find things, yeah.
Well, you know, Anita, I'm handy with a gun. How'd you like to see me shoot a cigarette out of Skelton's mouth?
Whose mouth? After me calling you fat boy? Oh, no. You'll drop a short round on me, boy.
Don't be silly. I used to do that act in vaudeville.
Vaudeville's dead, and I ain't going to ask it to move over.
Do you hunt much, Rod?
Oh, yes, I do.
Oh, I could fall in love with a big, brave hunter.
You could, huh? Well, you know, one night I was out in hunting, and I see a big black thing, and I blasted away with it with my old rusty .45.
Trusty.
Rusty. I got caught in the California weather. Well, anyhow, after I shoot, I throw my flashlight on it, and it's a big bear. He was dead.
No wrong. Yeah. How long do you figure... Oh, no.
Yes, you did it all by yourself. Would you like to try it again? There was a big bear, and he was dead.
No kidding. How long do you figure he'd been dead?
Don't do much good after it died, does it? You're proud of that, ain't you?
You have all kinds of fine hunting equipment.
Yeah, I have everything but a dog and someone who can read a script. I have I had a dog once, but he was gun shy. I fired the gun over his head, and 3 days later he come back and he says, "What's all the shooting for?"
Now, medical science offers you proof positive. Yes, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Yes, scientific tests of America's 6 biggest-selling brands based on a method used by the United States government. Tests certified by a jury of 14 distinguished doctors, including throat specialists, have proved conclusively no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars, so no other is safer to smoke. Yes, Raleighs are right. Right for taste, right for throat. Enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that smoother, more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now Frank Ellis's little girl Anita will sing "Laughing on the Outside."
The crowd sees me out dancing, carefree and romancing, happy with my someone new. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love with you. They see me night and daytime, having such a gay time. They don't know what I go through. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love with you. No one knows it's just a pose, pretending I'm glad we're apart. And when I cry, my eyes are dry, the tears are in my heart. Darling, can't we make up? Ever since our breakup, make believe is all I do. I'm laughing on the outside, crying on the inside, 'cause I'm still in love.
Tonight, in the Skelton Scrapbook of Satire, we find a story entitled Some People Just Won't Pay Their Debt. Our characters are fictional. If there's any similarity to persons living, it's not only a coincidence, but an impossibility. Chapter 108 is entitled, Where's That Money You Owe Me? If you borrow more money than you can afford to pay back, either you're very stupid or Clem, the fella from the country. The second chorus. Well, here it is, the second day of April, and I'm still at large. Boy, I sure am tired today. It took me 4 hours to eat my lunch. I gotta stop eating those bubble gum sandwiches again. It's sure I'm in the chips now. Just got my paycheck, $20. I owe 50 of it, though. Don't leave me very much, you know. Oh, good heavens, there's Keith McLeod, the guy I owe some money to. I'll just pull my ears over my face so he won't recognize me. Oh, I got a run in one of my ears. Doggone thing's not a rayon, I guess. I should put too much starch in them. Hey, you Clem!
Oh, he spotted me. I better scoot my footsies around the corner here. Oh, graham crackers, here he comes.
Just a minute, you.
Howdy doody.
I want to talk to you, Cadaddle Hopper.
Cadiddle hopper. That's what it says on my pedigree papers, isn't it? It's like grasshopper, only there's a cadiddle in it.
What about my money?
What money?
Look, don't play dumb with me.
With me, I ain't playing. I'm always this way. What's on your mind, if any?
I want to know when you're going to pay me that $1 that you owe me.
Here, now, let go of me now. Let go of my throat. Stop squeezing my Adam's apple, will you?
Well, I ain't squeezing your Adam's apple hard.
Oh, no? Then how come all of a sudden they can taste cider?
Look, either you pay me my money or I'm going to knock your block off.
Well, I'm not going to stand for this.
Oh, no? Ooh.
I told you I wasn't going to stand for it. It's a good thing I was born numb from the neck up, you know.
I'm tired of fooling with you, Clem. Yeah? I'm coming back in 10 minutes, and you better have that money, or I'm going to take it out of your hide.
How'd you find out where I kept it? I better hurry home. That's what I better do. Open it.
Howdy, Clem.
Well, Sarah do. Howdy doody to you, too.
Oh, Clem, it's good to see you.
Ain't it so?
And just look why you're wearing shoes.
Them ain't shoes. I stepped in some fresh cement this morning.
Well, where did you get that black eye? It just looks awful.
Well, it's going to look better soon because I'm going to have a broken neck to match it.
Oh, Clem. Clem, you talk nonsense.
And I phrase it well, too.
Well, come on and tell me what happened.
Well, some feller claims he loaned me $1, and just because I won't pay him back, he got sore.
Why, that's ridiculous.
I got a bang out of it myself.
Well, are you going to pay him?
If I don't, he's going to look me up and knock my block off.
Why, that's awful.
Oh, well, now, don't worry. My head's unbreakable, you know.
Oh, Clem, you're the most stupid man I know.
Well, now, that's mighty nice of you. I'm glad you appreciate me, Sarah Dew. Uh-oh, he's followed me here.
Well, run upstairs and hide, Clem.
Okay, too late, he saw me. Yes?
All right, I caught you, didn't I?
Yep.
I thought you'd pull the old break. Are you going to pay me?
I am not. I'm going to run upstairs and hide, and you can't stop me either. Let go of my suspenders, will you?
Remember, medical science offers you proof positive. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other leading cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
Hank Greenberg, Detroit Tigers home run king, says, quote,
"No hocus pocus here. I've read the reports. Medical science has proved no other cigarette gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars. Thus, no other is safer to smoke. Knowing the facts, I recommend Raleigh's. Raleigh's are right."
Right, Hank Greenberg. And those tests were based on a method used by the United States government. So enjoy Raleigh's rich tobaccos, that more satisfying Raleigh flavor. Remember, medical science offers you proof positive.
No other cigarette is safer to smoke because no other gives you less nicotine, less throat-irritating tars than the new, smoother, better-tasting Raleigh.
And now David Forrester and his orchestra, featuring Don Ferris at the piano, will play excerpts from Rachmaninoff's Concerto No. 2, theme of Frank Brzezicki's Technicolor production, I've Always Loved You. David Forrester. Chapter 109 of the Skelton scrapbook is entitled Run and Hide, the Bill Collector's Coming. Bill collectors are broad-minded. They spare nobody. One sure way of keeping away from your door is to have someone around like Junior, the mean widow Ken.
Where have you been, Junior?
You've heard about Jack and the Beanstalk and the goose that laid the golden fortune? Well, I is Junior, the kid with a cat. It's going to cough up a fortune. Come on, spit it out.
What on earth are you talking
Come on,
about?
spit it out, kitty. Come on, spit it out.
Stop that. Spit what out?
Money. He's a little rich cat, he is. I heard Mr. Frank next door tell his wife that they could take a trip because there was $50 in the kitty. Now, if I can only get him to spit it out, see?
Put that cat out before she scratches you.
If she scratches me, she'll be listed in the obituary column 9 times. Oh, look at her, licking her paw with her tongue. Look at her.
She's washing herself.
Well, do tell. I thought maybe she was straightening out her lipstick or something.
Are you going to put that cat out?
All right. I'll put her outside, but she's awful widow to be carrying that much money around, you know, all the crime that's going on. Hey, Grandma, what's she doing?
Sewing.
What kind of sewing?
I'm doing the whip stitch on the seat of your pants.
Always practicing, huh?
Junior, what am I going to do with you?
Running out of ideas, eh, kiddo? Hey, where's me slingshot, huh?
Are you planning something bad?
Well, you might think it's bad, but if I ain't slipping, I think it's pretty good myself. Oh, there's me slingshot. She hit it on the table there. I'll reach up and...
Junior, what did you break?
You know that vase with Whistler's mother on it?
Yes.
The old girl just had a nervous breakdown.
Well, pick up what's left of the vase and throw it in the trash can.
Yeah. Ain't you going to whip me? Ain't you going to knock me with your head off like you usually do?
No, Junior. You were truthful.
But if you don't whip me, I might do something really bad.
Now, Junior.
No, don't
cry.
You just don't want to bother with me no more. You want me to grow up and steal automobiles and stuff. You just don't love me, that's all.
Junior.
I want to be known to make no better, that's all.
That sweet, bless his little heart.
Your bless your heart.
Well, if you insist.
No, not so hard. Goodness, I met you halfway. Be a sport, kiddo.
Junior, if you don't watch your talk, I'm going to wash your mouth out with soap.
Well, don't overdo it like the last time. I was blowing bubbles for 2 days about it. Who's that? Somebody coming.
Wonder who that could be.
I don't know.
Oh, it's the first of the month. It's the bill collector.
Bill collector?
Yes.
Hasn't you finished paying for me yet?
If he hadn't, he still wouldn't take you back.
Yes. Grandma, the jig is up. We's trapped like rats. Nail down the furniture. Lock the doors. Quick, hide down in the cellar.
Oh, stop acting silly.
Hey, he's been out trying to get money from us before. Look, he's got a baseball bat and a blowtorch. Look.
Now, keep quiet.
Okay.
Maybe he'll go away. Yeah. Keep away from the window.
Don't hit me. Commando tactics, huh? I'll infiltrate under the table here.
Be careful, Junior. That lamp. You must...
Save your breath, kiddo. I knew what you was going to say anyway.
I hear you in there. I heard you knock something over. Open this door. I'm a bill collector. I'm from the Ever Friendly Credit Company.
Sounds very friendly to me.
No, he doesn't.
Boy.
What's he doing, Junior?
Wait, I'll look through the keyhole and see.
What do you see?
I can't see anything. His eye is in the way. I'm proud of that. Oh, look, there's that nutty man that lives next door there. That old Don Boomhauer. Look at him. He just come out. Look.
Good morning, good morning. It's a little light to be looking in windows, isn't it?
I'm looking for the people who live here.
Well, in that case, you've come to the right place.
Hey, I'm going to sneak upstairs and where I can get a better view. Going to run up the steps here. Make better time, I'm going to slide up the banister. A little trick I learned watching newsreels.
You know, these people are pretty sneaky. They're always hiding from me.
Well, try again. Maybe they'll answer. I saw the kid outside a while ago playing with a bear trap.
Yeah. I'm going to peep out and see what's... Oh, there he is, right beneath the window. Now, he ought to know better than that. Oh, boy, what a spot for a bag of water. Boy, shall I? Me good self says no, but me bad self says yes. Yes, no, yes, no, yes. Well, look at that. While me good self was jabbering away, me bad self filled up a bag. Well, I was going to do it. Here it goes. Way to go.
It's clouding up.
Yeah. Well, it's coming down in bags full.
Junior! Oh, there you are. What are they doing now?
The bill collector is walking around the side of the house. Oh, boy.
What are you so happy about?
He's walking into my landmines. Oh, boy, I can hardly wait.
Wait for what?
Oh, my word! Does that answer your question, kiddo?
What happened to him?
Well, he just found out how a bear trap works. He really put his old paw in that, didn't he, huh?
Junior, where did you get that bear trap?
It's the one you threw away after you caught Grandpa. Hey, why don't that man go away?
Because he's out to the radio.
Yeah? Why does he want with a radio that don't work?
Since when doesn't it work?
Since you left me alone in the house this morning.
What?
Yeah?
I'm going to spank you.
Shh, you can't. The man's still down there. You'll hear it.
That's right.
Yeah, that's a pretty good thing. I wish he'd stay around a couple of weeks. Give the seat of me pants time to cool off.
Oh, he's sneaking in the back door. We're lost.
Good afternoon. Quite a fortress you've got here.
We like it, we guys.
I want to apologize. I'm ashamed of the way we treated you.
Well, you should be. I think we've got a kick coming.
Oh, yes, and you're going to get it, too.
Oh, he kicked my shin.
Junior, stop kicking the man. You've got your good shoes on. Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
What?
Aren't you ashamed of yourself?
I certainly is. He's still standing up.
I'm taking this radio right now unless you care to pay the sum of $100.
I don't have to.
Hold out, Joe.
Yeah, wait out, Joe. Hey, wait a minute. Don't enter it too rough. I got some bananas hidden there.
Easy does it going down the steps, Joe.
Yeah, I'm going to sit here and eat a banana on the steps. You're way ahead of me, ain't you? Wouldn't it be awful if they accidentally stepped on a banana peel? I wonder if I laid a banana peel here, they would step on it. Or maybe they would step over it. And then again, I don't know why I was sitting here with my tongue hanging out. I'm going to do it anyhow. I'll just lay it down here real easy, and maybe they won't see it.
Look out now. Here's the first step, Joe.
Surprised you, didn't they?
Well, here we are at the bottom. Easy now.
That was me delayed action banana peel.
Tuesdays at the same time. Red Skelton, David Forrester and his orchestra, Anita Ellis, Verna Felton, Gigi Pearson, Pat McGeehan, and yours truly, Rod O'Connor. Until next Tuesday, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening. And remember, it takes two people to deal in a black market.
America must cooperate with other nations in keeping world peace, supported by force if necessary. Many of our country's finest young men are voluntarily entering our new army, but more are urgently needed. Valuable technical training and numerous benefits are to be enjoyed. Contact your local recruiting office at your earliest convenience for complete information. Brown and Williamson invite you to other good listening throughout the week. Hear the Hildegard tomorrow night in the new Penguin Room, and People Are Funny with Art Linkletter Friday night. And return with Red Skelton next Tuesday. Red Skelton is heard in this program through the courtesy of Metro Goldwyn Mayer.
Sir Walter Raleigh, the pipe tobacco that rates superior on all 5 counts. Check them. A rich, ripe, full-bodied, burley blend. Sir Walter Raleigh, mellowed with rum for extra smoothness, deep down satisfying goodness. Sir Walter Raleigh, clean smoking right down to bowl bottom, leaves only a clean, dry ash. Sir Walter Raleigh, crimp cut for slow, even, cool burning. Sir Walter Raleigh, keeps home sweet home. The brand of grand aroma. Sir Walter Raleigh, sooner or later your favorite tobacco. Yes, a favorite in the Army, Navy, Marines, and Coast Guard, with men everywhere who appreciate quality pipe smoking. Try Sir Walter Raleigh, the quality pipe tobacco of America.
Red Skelton is brought to you by the Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company. That's right, folks. C for comedy, A for Abbott, M for Maxwell, E for Amos, L for Lou Costello. Put them all together and they spell Camel. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And draw up a chair for tonight's Camel Show starring Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Costello, come over here. Where in the world have you been?
Hey, Abbott, I just come from the movies. They were showing a Wild Bill Elliott Western. I never saw so much shooting in my life.
Oh, never mind that.
Bang, bang, bang.
Hey. How in the world did you get that big hole in your hat?
I was sitting so close to the screen that Wild Bill Elliott mistook me for one of the rustlers, and I got hit by a stray bullet.
Oh, you idiot. Why do you always go to those Western movies?
Because my next picture's going to be a Western, Abbott. And I'm going to be a bad man. I can see myself now holding up the bank. I got a gun in each hand, a handkerchief tied across my nose.
Why do you have the handkerchief tied across your nose?
I may have to blow in a hurry. After I stick up the bank, I'll climb on my old faithful old sombrero, stick my 6-shooters into my Holsteins, tie my chaps around my throat, twirl my corral over my head, and ride off into the old bandanas.
Wait a minute. What does that mean, Costello?
How should I know? That's cowboy talk.
That should be some picture, Costello. Who's going to be your leading lady?
Marilyn Maxwell. Marilyn. Dear old Marilyn. Marilyn plays the part of the richest girl in the West. She's got thousands of head of cattle.
I know, and you try to win her just to get possession of her cattle.
Shame on you, Abbott. Do I look like the kind of a guy that would marry a girl for a prime rib?
Look, you nitwit. If you want Marilyn Maxwell to make a Western picture with you, why don't you make her the star? Do a classic Western story.
That's a great idea, Abbott. We'll film the story of Annie Oakley.
Do you know the story?
Certainly I know it. Annie Oakley was a very famous girl. She was a very famous girl.
Where was she born?
She was... Huh?
Where was she born?
Where was she born? She was born in the town of Wyoming that was named after her. The town of Bashful.
Bashful? Bashful, Wyoming was named after Anne?
Sure. Ain't you ever heard of Cheyenne?
Wyoming?
Now, look, Abbott, from now on, keep your big mouth shut because I got to finish the story.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, one day when Annie was a little girl, she looked out the window, she saw her father shooting the sheriff, and he was scared. So she immediately...
You mean the sheriff was in jeopardy?
Yes. And then... Could I have that again?
I said the sheriff was in jeopardy.
Yes, he was a Jeopardy sheriff.
Jeopardy.
Boy, did I get out of that one. Abbott, why don't you let me tell this? Now, you get out of here. Go on over to the craft music hall and show them what a real hunk of cheese looks like.
Oh, now. Go ahead with your story.
Okay, now, one day, Annie was eating a big bowl of cornflakes. Her father rushed in screaming, Annie, I found nuggets down by the creek.
No. You mean he screamed, I found a bonanza.
Yeah. He screamed what?
Bonanza.
How do you like that? Now he's putting bonanzas and scream on the cornflakes.
You don't understand. You see, Lou, in the story, the father found a bonanza and he split it with Annie.
Yeah, they had a bonanza split. Yeah, but shut up! They're laughing before they're supposed to laugh. Now, Annie decided to go prospecting, so she put a solid gold saddle on her horse and rode away.
Wait a minute. Why did she ride on a solid gold saddle to go prospecting?
Because every time the horse hit a bump, she struck it rich.
Oh, stop this silly stuff, Costello. You should be ashamed of yourself cooking up a ridiculous story like that for a picture to star Marilyn Maxwell.
I'm sorry, Abbott.
You should be.
But I love Marilyn. I was only trying to figure some way to make a hit with her.
Well, I don't blame you, Lou. She really is lovely. Why, I could fall for her myself.
Abbott, at your age, you don't fall. You collapse. There's only one thing wrong with our romance, Abbott.
What is that?
She's Pennywise.
Marilyn is Pennywise?
Yes, I ain't got a penny, and she's wise to it.
Oh.
Louis Costello.
Hey, look, it's Marilyn Maxwell.
Oh, Louis, I wonder if you could come over to my house in the morning and take me out for driving lessons.
Oh, you bet. Hey, Abbott, she loves me. Marilyn, you do love me, don't you? Say that you adore me. Say that you're mad about me.
Uh-huh.
Say that you think I'm wonderful, that you dream of me every night, that you think I'm adorable.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm the handsomest, sweetest, cutest, dearest little dumpling in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Marilyn, you say the nicest things.
Well, I've got to go now. Don't forget, Louis. Tomorrow you're going to take me for a driving lesson. Goodbye.
Oh, Abbott, isn't she wonderful? She gets so much out of a goodbye.
I don't know. She's not the only sand on the beach.
When she says goodbye,
but
that sends me.
She's not the only sand on the beach to me.
Yes, but she's so nicely piled.
Yes. You idiot. Why did you promise to give her a driving lesson? You don't even have a driver's license yourself.
I don't need one, Abbott. I haven't even got a car. And another thing, no car? No, this is terrible, Abbott. You've got to help me out. How could I teach Marilyn to drive without a car?
Now, don't get excited. I'll stick to you and help you out. We'll just have to rent a car.
When can we get one?
You drive.
Me drive?
No, you drive.
I said I drive.
You don't drive it. I drive it.
Drive what?
You drive.
Why should I drive when you want to drive?
I'm going to drive. Look, Costello, I'm renting a you drive, and I drive it.
Then we both drive.
No, we do nothing of the kind. I drive. When I say you drive, I don't mean you drive. I mean that I drive, although it's a you drive.
Oh, when you say you drive, you don't mean me drive. You mean you drive because I don't drive.
Now you've got it.
Now I've got it. I don't even know what I'm talking about. Now look, Abbott, you go to a place to rent a car.
Yes.
And you are driving the car.
Yes.
Where am I sitting?
You are sitting right next to me.
Is there a steering wheel in front of me?
No.
Then you're positive that I'm not driving.
I'm positive.
And you're driving the car.
Yes.
All right. What kind of a car are you driving?
You drive.
Somebody better be driving.
No, Costello. Look, I'm trying to explain this. We go out and we rent a car.
Right. Where are we going to get it?
You drive company.
Now I drive company. I thought I and Marilyn were going all alone.
You don't understand. It's Hertz you drive.
Well, if it hurts, you drive.
Now, that's right.
That's right. This is getting worse.
Don't you see? The head of the company's Hertz.
That's too bad. What hurts him?
Nothing hurts him. Every company has a head.
Naturally.
Now, this company's head's Hertz.
Then let him take an aspirin.
Listen, Costello, it's Hertz you drive all over the country.
If it hurts to drive all over the country, why should I drive Marilyn Maxwell and get hurt? Both of us is liable to get hurt.
You won't get hurt. It's Hertz Company.
Hertz Company?
Yes.
But I don't want to hurt nobody. Look, Abbott, will you go with me to Marilyn's house tomorrow?
Why?
Well, her mother thinks I'm the biggest jerk in the world.
So?
I want her to get a good look at you.
Experience is the best teacher. Remember during the war when the man who sold you cigarettes would sometimes shake his head the moment he saw you? Then, as he said,
"Too bad, Joe. No camels today."
You answered with resignation,
"All right. Give me whatever you've got, then."
I feel like an experimental station for cigarette brands. I've smoked so many kinds during this shortage.
Yes, and trying all those different kinds of cigarettes during the wartime shortage sold you more than ever on Camels, didn't it? And friends, that experience was repeated throughout America. The experience of smoking whatever brands they could get taught millions the differences in cigarette quality. Then, smokers' T-zones, that's T for taste and T for throat, tried more cigarette brands than they'd normally try in a lifetime. The result was that smokers found they were happiest with Camel's rich flavor and cool mildness. Today, more people smoke Camels than ever before. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Now, while you light up a Camel, Skinny Anna sings, Gotta Get Me Somebody to Love.
Nights so long, oh so long on the prairie. Gotta get me somebody to love. Gotta find one who's kind and not contrary. One who rides by my side, hand in glove. I got my horse, got a silver saddle, but there's one thing I keep thinking of. Nights so long, oh so long on the prairie. Gotta get me somebody to love. So long, oh so long on the prairie. Gotta get me somebody to love. See how that moon shines so bright above. I gotta get me somebody to love.
Costello, since we couldn't rent a car, let's ask Mrs. Wetwash. You know Mrs. Wetwash. She'll lend you one of her cars. What do you say?
Oh, good morning, Mr. Abbott. My, aren't you a little old to be carrying a balloon? Oh, pardon me, it's Costello.
Mrs. Wetwash, you really look sharp today. But isn't that an odd dress you're wearing?
Oh, it's just a little thing I wear to tease.
Tease who? Boris Karloff?
Mrs. Wetwash, Costello would like to borrow one of your cars. He has a date to teach Marilyn Maxwell to drive. And he wants to put on a big front, you know.
Big front?
Yeah.
Huh. He'd better get a wheelbarrow to carry the one he's got now. Costello, why are you always chasing that Marilyn Maxwell? What's wrong with me? My late husband always said I had an hourglass figure.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe you ought to stand on your head and let the sand run back.
Costello, will you cut that out?
Look, Mrs. Wetwash, you're a kind lady. Well, just last night I dreamed that you loaned me one of your cars.
Well, when you dream tonight, drive carefully.
You know, Abbott, I got a sneaky feeling that she ain't going to lend me your car.
Oh, never mind her, Costello. We've got to get a car. Hey, look, here comes Skinny Ennis. Let's ask him.
Hey, Skinny, I wonder if you would like to...
Oh, no, Costello. I ain't going to lend you my car.
How did you know I was going to ask you?
I read the script last night. So long, Fatso.
Abbott, remind me to get that Skinny Ennis back to Bob Holt.
Oh, never mind him.
And 6 points.
Never mind him. Now, look, if you're going to teach Marilyn to drive, there's only one thing to do. Buy a new car.
Now, look, Abbott, you know I ain't got enough money to buy a 1947 car.
Oh, you don't have to pay all cash. You just put up a down payment.
I put up a down payment?
That's right.
Where do I put it up?
The place where you put it down.
Make up your mind, Abbott. Do I put it up or do I put it down?
When you put it up, you're putting it down?
You mean I put it up and put it down at the same time?
That's right.
What am I buying, a car or a yo-yo?
No. You dummy, it's very simple. In order to put a payment up, you've got to put it down. So you see, when it's down, it's up.
How can it be down if it's out?
It's only up if you put it down.
Just a second. I'm going to buy a new car, right?
Right.
What do I put down?
The jack.
And what do I put up?
The jack.
How do you like that? I ain't even got a car yet. This mug's got me jacking it up and down.
You idiot, come with me, please. We'll go in this new car agency, and I'll show you how to buy a new car.
Hey, Abbott, look at all those new cars. This guy has so many 1947 cars, you'd think he was a used car dealer.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. What can I do for you? I'm Dr. Choker.
Doctor? Do you have to be a doctor to sell automobiles?
Well, you see, I make all the new deliveries.
My friend Costello would like to buy a 1947 car.
Oh, fine. Something around $3,500? Or would you like to spend a little more and get into the medium price field?
Hey, Abbott, this guy puts it up before you can put it down.
Now, here's a lovely model. The back seat makes up into a bed, and you can sleep in it.
Oh, a four-snore sedan.
Just look at the advantages. Look at the advantages of this car, Mr. Costello. You've got a radio, heater, sun visor, and lights. There are headlights, backup lights, rear lights, parking lights, searchlights.
What's the searchlight for?
Well, that's to find the switch to put on the headlight. Then it's got fog lights, smog lights, and hog lights.
Hog lights?
That's in case you're on a country road and a pig runs in front of you.
Well, we'll take it.
Good. Now, of course, you'll need seat covers. How about these red seat covers?
They'll do. And you'd better give me a set of blue ones, too.
What for?
To keep the red seat covers from getting dirty.
Well, we're ready to close the deal now. Put up the down payment, then you're paid up when you put it down till the next down payment comes up.
Let's not get into that again. Yeah, take my $50.
$50?
$50.
Young man, you're in the wrong department. Step through that door onto the lot and walk south. The further south you walk, the cheaper the cars get. Keep going till you get to the $50 car.
Come on, Costello.
There's the 42s, 1941s, 1940s, 1939s. The 1923s, 1920s, 1919s, 1917s. Abbott, I'm tired. Ask that salesman over there in the big straw hat where the cheaper cars are.
Hey, you. Where are the $50 cars?
2 miles south in Mexico City.
How do you like that? We walked all the way to Mexico, Abbott. Take any car we can get. I can't walk another foot.
Here is a very fine car, senor. They not make cars like that today.
They'd be crazy if they did. What kind of car is it?
That's the original Kaiser car.
Who's that old guy with the black mustache sitting in the front seat?
That is the Kaiser. If you like this car, you can put up the down payment.
What's that? How was that?
If you put up your 50 pesos, your down payment will be up.
How do you like that, Abbott? Now they're doing our routines in Mexico.
Camel presents lovely Marilyn Maxwell from Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of The Beginning or the End. For Camel fans everywhere, here's Marilyn to sing The Basin Street Blues.
Won't you come along with me down the Mississippi? We'll take a boat to the land of dreams, steam down the river down to New Orleans. The band's there to meet us. Oh, friends to greet us. Where all the light and and the dark folks meet. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Basin Street is the street where all the dark and light folk meet. Land of dreams, New Orleans. You'll never know how nice it seems or just how much it really means. I'm glad to be, yes, sirree, on Welcome Street, dear to me, where I can lose those Basin Street blues. Aren't you glad you came with me down the Mississippi, where all the light and the dark folks meet? Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street. Heaven on earth, they call it Basin Street.
Every time you smoke a cigarette, you are consciously or unconsciously testing it on your T-zone. That's T for taste and T for throat, your true proving ground for any cigarette. And there's where Camels make a hit, right on your T-zone. Try a Camel and see. See if your taste doesn't especially go for Camel's rich, full-bodied flavor of choice tobaccos. See if your throat doesn't approve Camel's cool mildness. Then you'll understand why so many doctors like Camels. You know, 3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors, "What cigarette do you smoke, doctor?" The brand named most was Camel. Yes?
According to a recent nationwide survey, more doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette.
Look, Abbott. There's the place where you get a driver's license. Over there.
Now, Costello, when you go in there, you must act with dignity.
That's right up my alley.
And you must act with confidence.
That's right up my alley.
And you must know the answers to all the traffic laws in California.
Set 'em up in the other alley.
Look, you dummy, you've got to get a license if you're going to teach Marilyn Maxwell how to drive.
Yes, Abbott. And when I get her into the car, I'm going to propose to her, and I'm going to give her my cat's eye ring.
A cat's eye ring?
Sure. I bought it through an ad in the paper. It said, "Wear this cat's eye ring, and your house will be full of love."
And is your house full of love?
No, it's full of cats.
Come on, now, let's see. Which one of these offices issues a driver's license, Costello? Here, try that door over there.
Okay.
I won't run for mayor anymore. I'll never run for mayor anymore.
Who was that?
Louis B. Mayer's horse, Busher.
Come on, Costello. Marilyn's waiting for us. We've got to find out where to get that driver's license.
I'll ask that woman over there. Pardon me, miss. Can you tell me where the driver's...
Well, if it isn't Mr. Abbott and Mr. Costello.
Oh.
Hello, you fat little mon, you. I didn't expect to find you here.
We didn't expect to find you here, or we wouldn't have been here.
Quiet, Costello. What brings you here, miss?
Oh, I stopped by to get new licenses for my 2 automobiles. My Plymouth and my Hootson.
Plymouth and Hootson.
Oh, Abbott, that's like a Studebaker or a Puntier.
Well, I must be toddling along. As they say in Spanish, Lueta para escuda en la vista to you.
And a wet barracuda in the kisser to you, too.
Hey, Costello, there's the license inspector. Tell him what you want. Go ahead.
Mister, I want a driving license.
Very well. Step right up here. What's your name?
Lewis.
John L. or Strangler?
No, look, mister, this is Lou Costello.
Oh, yes, now I recognize you. And you're Mr. Abbott.
Yeah, that's right.
I always listen to you on the radio. Oh, you're so funny. Why, my wife and I almost die laughing. You know, especially when you open that closet and all the stuff falls out.
That's not us. You're thinking of Burns and Allen.
Oh, no. I know Burns and Allen. He's the one that always hollers, "Hey, Abbott!"
Now, look, Gracie. Abbott. Will you tell this guy I want a driver's license?
Oh, yes. Now, first of all, I'll give you the eye test. We insist on perfect vision. Now, let's see. Where are you?
I'm standing over here.
Oh, yes. All right, Mr. Costello. Now, put your left hand over your right eye.
Left?
Right.
Wait a minute. Make up your mind. Right or left?
Costello, it's very simple. A man wants you to put your right hand over your left eye, which leaves your right eye left.
Oh. He wants me to put my left hand on my right eye because the one on the left is right, and that's the only one left.
That's right.
Well, which is it? Right or left?
Look, you cover your left eye.
Yes.
Now, your right eye is left.
How did it get over there?
Idiot, your eyes don't move.
Who am I? Influence?
Boys, now, I'll make it easy for you. Costello, put both hands over both eyes.
Okay.
That's it?
Yeah.
Now, are you sure you can't see anything?
I can't see a thing.
Now, no fair peeking. Pom-pom cookity-coo. Where shall this or that one go? Shall it go east? Shall it go west? Shall it go under the cuckoo's nest?
Oh, I like this. This is fun. Now, I'll hide, and you find me.
Well, I like to, but I'm a busy man. A busy man. Here's your driver's license. Goodbye.
Well, let's go, Costello. Now you're ready to take Marilyn Maxwell for a driving lesson. Hey, Costello, there's Marilyn waiting at the curb for us.
Ah, there you are, Louis, honey. Well, I'm all ready to go. Say, how do you get into this car?
Wait a minute, and I'll open the door for you. Hop in. Now, Marilyn, keep your eye on me, and you'll see me really do some driving. First, I step on this, release that, press this, and step on the gas.
Costello, what happened?
I'll tell you as soon as I climb back into the front seat.
Oh, Louis, we're coming to a stoplight. Apply your brakes. Oh, Louis, did you step on the brakes too hard?
I wasn't born with this windshield wiper on my forehead.
Oh, please, Louis, drive a little slower. Isn't this beautiful, romantic country?
Costello, now's your chance. Go ahead and kiss her.
Marilyn, would you mind if Would you?
I know, Louis, you want to kiss me. All right, go ahead. Well, aren't you going to kiss me?
Marilyn, my bad self tells me to kiss you. My good self tells me not to.
Well?
I'm a bad boy!
Look out, Costello. Watch where you're going. There's a fork in the road by that big red barn.
Don't worry. Either I'll take the road to the left or the road to the right.
Louis, make up your mind.
I will. I can go to the left or go to the right. Or through the barn.
Oh, Louis, I'm so sorry. You smashed your car all to bits.
Yes, and now I won't be able to give you any more lessons about driving a car.
But, Louis, I know how to drive a car. Huh? I wanted you to take me to the country club. I want to learn to drive a golf ball.
How do you like that? Now I got to go out and dig up a down payment on a golf ball.
Abbott and Costello will be back in just a moment for Camel Cigarettes.
During the war, the makers of Camel cigarettes sent a total of more than 150 million free Camels to our fighting men overseas. Now, free Camels are sent to servicemen's hospitals instead. This week, the Camels go to Veterans Hospital, Bedford, Massachusetts, USAAF Station Hospital, Fairfield, California, U.S. Naval Hospital, Charleston, South Carolina, U.S. Marine Hospital, Galveston, Texas, and Veterans Hospital, Thomasville, Georgia.
Camel broadcasts go out to the United States 3 times a week, are rebroadcast to practically every area in the world where our men are still stationed, and to our good neighbors in Central and South America. And now back to Bud Abbott and Lou Costello.
Well, Costello, you smashed your car, but don't worry. You can deduct the loss from your income tax.
Abbott, do you know anybody that can help me with my tax?
Oh, certainly. Next Thursday, I'll get my brother to help you. You know, he works in the bank.
Oh, yes. My mother told me to ask you, Abbott. What does your brother do in the bank?
Tell her.
I will, if you'll tell me.
I just told you.
You told me what?
Tell her.
How can I tell her if you won't tell me?
I just told you tell her. Tell her in the bank.
Tell her in the bank? Why can't I tell her at home?
I'll get him out of here. Good night, folks.
Good night. Good night, everybody.
Listen to Abbott and Costello next week and hear Lou Costello make his income tax, assisted by Bud Abbott's brother, who's a teller in the bank. Don't tell anybody that I told you he's a teller, because I promised not to tell anybody he's a teller, and I wouldn't want to be known as a teller who tells.
Mr. Pipe Smoker, does your pipe have pipe appeal? Does it delight your taste with the rich, full flavor of its tobacco? Does it please your tongue because it smokes cool and mild? You'll answer with a resounding yes if you're smoking Prince Albert in your pipe. Prince Albert's ripe, mild tobacco is specially treated to ensure against tongue bite. It's crimp cut to burn slow and cool. Get Prince Albert for pipe appeal. Make a date with Prince Albert's Grand Ole Opry Saturday night on NBC. You'll find new delight in American folk songs the way Red Foley sings them. The Duke of Paducah and Minnie Pearl and many others will also be on hand. That's Saturday night for Grand Ole Opry with Red Foley.
Be sure to tune in next week for another great Abbott and Costello show brought to you by Camel Cigarettes. And remember, experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. C-A-M-E-L-S. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood wishing you all a pleasant good night for Camel. Stay tuned now for the Eddie Cantor Show.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, the secret word tonight is wall. W-A-L-L.
Really?
You bet your life. The more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers of America present Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life, the comedy quiz series produced and transcribed from Hollywood. And here he is, the one, the only... Groucho!
That's me, Groucho Marx. Well, here I am again, all ready to start the new season with $1,000 for one of our couples. Fenneman, who's first to try for it?
Well, a couple about to be married, Groucho. They were selected by the studio audience just before we went on the air.
Really?
They are Corinne Dressler and Elmer Rich.
People?
Step right up here and meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome, kids, for the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And if you say the secret word while we're talking, you will divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A couple about to be married. Corinne Dressler, is that...
That's right.
And Elmer Rich, eh?
Yes, Groucho.
So you two are about to set sail on the sea of matrimony, eh? Mr. Dressler, where are you from?
I'm from the Tri-City, Dubuque, Iowa.
Is that three cities, Dubuque, Iowa?
Well, it's right on the boundary of Illinois, Wisconsin, and Iowa.
Oh, well, that's very educational. And Mr. Rich?
I'm from
where are you from?
Small corner of South Dakota near Alcester.
Oh, you look like Jimmy Roosevelt. Only he wears a necktie, huh? How old are you?
22.
22. And you?
30.
30. Just think, I'm old enough to be your father. If you think long enough, I'm old enough to be your grandfather. What sort of work do you do, Elm? I'll call you Elm. That's a tree I used to know in North Dakota. Huh?
I work for the Owens, Illinois Glass Company.
Owens, Illinois Glass Company? Where is Owens, Illinois?
In Vernon, California.
Has Rand McNally heard about this?
I mean, Owens, Illinois.
Elmer, let's start all over again. Just where is Owens, Illinois?
Originally such place as Owens, Illinois.
You just said it was in Vernon, California. I hope your glass is clearer than your geography. What is your job at this plant specifically?
I'm a production recorder.
Production recorder? And what does that consist of?
Well, after the ware is put in boxes, it's put on wheel wagons. And
I didn't get the first...
After the bottles, the ware... We call it ware.
Why don't you call it bottles? It's too simple?
I guess so. I don't know. But anyway, it's...
Have you ever inquired? Why don't you ask the foreman at the plant why they don't call them bottles, since they are bottles?
I don't know. never
You just
thought of
stand
it.
there and giggle at the foreman, huh? Tell me you're a 6 to get bounced. Well, anyway, what is your job?
Production recorder.
No, we passed that point some time ago, huh?
Well, the job consists of checking out all bottles that have been packed in boxes that have been sent out of the packing room to be shipped to different customers. And I record all that, which in turn is sent to the accounting office for their records.
And then they destroy it, I suppose, huh? And where do you work, Kareem? Where do you work?
I work at Owens, Illinois, too.
For a town that doesn't exist. Owens, Illinois has a bigger population than Vernon, California. How did you meet this chap?
I was working one day, and he used to come around every hour to check the offware. And
That's what you thought. Huh?
well, he didn't pay any attention to me for a long time, and I noticed him. But one day he finally noticed me for some reason or other, and he
What
asked
was
me.
the reason?
I don't know.
I know, but I won't tell you. You know, two can play at that game. I can be just as coy as you can. Well, anyway, you looked him over. He had looked you over.
And finally, he came up and asked me for a date. And then after that, he used to stop around every half hour.
Must have got a lot of work done at that plant. And what is your job at the factory?
I'm a selector.
A selector?
Yes.
Isn't that strange? I knew you were a selector the moment I saw you. If I met you on the street, I'd say to myself, there's a selector if I ever saw one. Now then, what is a selector?
Well, I pack all the ware in boxes.
You call it wares too, huh?
Yes. And I check it for all defects, for cracks and for bullheads.
Bullheads?
Yes.
What do? Do you go fishing in this plant? Was that how you selected Elmer? You examined him to see if he was cracked? Well, let's talk about your future as man and wife. How much do you figure it's going to cost the two of you to live for a month, Elmer?
I don't believe it costs as much as it does now.
Elmer, how do you figure it'll cost you less to live after you're married?
Well, I won't be going out eating dinner every night and going to movies and out to races.
Is this true, Corrine? Aren't you? Are you going to cut down on the entertainment?
Well, we don't go out to dinner very often, and we don't go to too many movies. Haven't been to the races in a long time.
Elmer, you're trapped in one of your own bottles. Elmer, why don't you forget this girl and marry the one you've been spending all your money on? Now, in just 1 minute, you're going to play your Bet Your Life for a chance at $1,000. Before you do, pay close attention to Fenneman, who is speaking for all of us on the show.
Well, folks, this is our first program of the fall season. And by our, I mean the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast. These dealers are glad to be bringing to you once again Groucho Marx in You Bet Your Life. They welcome these weekly opportunities to tell you something about themselves and the way they try to do business. They want you to know they feel that you, as a customer, deserve the very best their service crews can give you. They try to do every servicing job as quickly and as economically as possible. The mechanics who work on your car are skilled in the latest servicing methods and have the finest equipment to work with. They aim to treat you courteously every time you drive in. So find out soon what it means to be really satisfied with the folks who care for your car. Just visit a DeSoto Plymouth dealer tomorrow.
All right, now, here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. Fenneman, tell them the rules.
Each of our three couples has $20. They bet as much of that 20 as they want on each of 4 questions. The couple that earns the most money gets a chance at the $1,000 DeSoto Plymouth question at the end of the show. You see, our other 2 couples are in a waiting room off stage, so they don't know what's happening out here.
Well, that's fair enough. Here we go. Now, let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected national parks as your category. Here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
10.
10? In what state is the Grand Canyon National Park?
Arizona.
Arizona is right.
And they're on the way, Groucho. They have $30.
All right, you got $30. Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the 30 will you bet on your second question?
20.
20, huh? You don't pay any attention to her at all. All right, in what state is Mount Rainier National Park?
Washington.
Washington is correct. They're really fighting now. They have $50. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 50 will you bet?
20.
You're betting $20?
Yes.
Just ignore them out there. Huh? Here's your third question. You're betting $20. In what state is the Everglades National Park?
Florida.
Florida is right. Hey, really $70, Gotcha. All right, here's your last chance to beat the other couples. How much of the 70 will you bet?
$10.
All right, 10.
$10. In what state is Carlsbad Tavern National Park?
Oh, New Mexico.
New Mexico is correct. Well, thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, don't go too far away. You may get a chance at the big question.
Our next couple doesn't know that the secret word is wall. Perhaps they'll say it while they're talking to you. Okay, fellas?
Perhaps.
Bring them in. We invited some women to the show tonight who operate self-service laundries. And just before we went on the air, our studio audience selected Miss Pauline Jenks. Her partner is a married man from the audience, Mr. Huntley Chapin. Folks, meet Groucho Marx.
Welcome to You Bet Your Life. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. A self-service laundry operator and a married man. Eh? Mr. Chapin, how long have you been a self-service laundry operator?
I'm a married man.
I wondered, he had such a clean shirt on. That's what fooled me. Where are you from, married man?
Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo? Mm-hmm. Now, Mrs. Pauline Jenks, you must be the laundry operator. Now, come cleaner. Where are you from?
Well, I'm from Glendale.
Glendale,
Mm-hmm.
huh? And Mr. Chapin, what are you doing in California?
I'm living here.
Well, now that I get a good look at you, I imagine you are. Huh? I mean, what kind of work do you do?
Well, I'm in rather an unusual occupation, I believe. The fly trapping business.
What is a fly trap?
A fly trap catches flies.
That's certainly a logical answer. I mean, it doesn't clear up anything for me, but it's logical anyway. How do you mean a fly trap catches flies? Can't you catch them with your hand? You need a machine for that?
That'd keep you too busy, I believe.
Well, I have nothing to do all week, you know. Mm-hmm. Now, do you ever do your washing in a self-service laundry, Mr. Chapin?
No, I don't.
Where do you do your washing?
I don't do it.
You don't wash?
No.
Well, I suppose it's all the way you're brought up. Well, does your wife ever patronize a self-service laundry?
Yes, she does.
She does, huh? Now, Miss Jenks, tell us something about your washing emporium. What is a self-service laundry?
Well, a self-service laundry is where
It's a cafeteria for underwear?
where a housewife brings her weekly wash.
Mm-hmm. I see. Now, as a self-service laundry operator, has anything unusual ever happened to you?
Well, not particularly in connection with the laundry business that I can think of right now. I can remember one time about 15 years ago when I was in Laguna Beach, something unusual happened.
Well, we won't tell anybody.
I was out swimming with a girlfriend, and we used to swim a long ways out from shore, and we used to swim all on natural because we could get a lot more speed.
You
and
mean on the half shell?
And while we were swimming one day, we had a surfboard with us, and one would hold the suits while the other practiced swimming, and we'd take turns. And I happened to look towards shore, and I saw the lifeguards setting out in their boat. So I got
How many lifeguards were there coming out?
Three.
Three and only two girls? Well, that's Laguna for you. At Santa Monica, that'd have been 7. So anyway, there you are, naked in the middle of the Pacific Ocean.
Right.
That was the year I had to go to the mountains. That's been the history of my life. I've always made the wrong move.
Well, they rode around a couple times and they left, and I finally had to laugh about it too, although I wasn't laughing at the time.
Well, let's get back to the cleaning business. Now, suppose I slink into your bathhouse with my moldy laundry. What's the first thing that happens?
Well, you put your laundry in the machines, and then we give you a ticket.
I'm only going 20 miles an hour. Look, if I throw my laundry in your machine, the first thing that would happen is the machine would throw it right back. When do I put in the soap?
Oh, well, you don't put in the soap. We put in the soap for you because...
Oh, thank you. I'll put in my own soap.
You might put in too much and get the machine frothing.
The machine starts frothing? What do? Do you shoot it before it bites somebody?
No, we turn it off in that case.
All right. Now my socks are happily splashing in your machine. Now what do? Do I have to rinse them out?
Oh, no, our machine does everything.
Mm-hmm. When machines start doing everything, that's when I start filling my Liberty Bar. Well, now that I know all about self-service laundry, let's see how well you two make out in the battle for the $1,000. You got to run your $20 into more than our other couples. I can't tell you how much the first couple won, but Fenneman is off stage to remind our listeners.
The young couple about to be married won $80.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected friends and companions as your category. Fenneman, be here on time in the future, will you? Or you can turn in your uniform. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try? $10. What was the name of Robinson Crusoe's companion?
Friday.
Friday is right.
And they're on their way. They have $20, Groucho.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now you have $30. How much of the 30 will you risk?
30.
What was the name of John Alden's friend?
Miles Standish.
I was going to say they have $60.
They have $60. All right, here's your third question. How much of the 60?
30.
$30. All right. What was the name of Tom Sawyer's friend?
Finn.
Huckleberry Finn is right.
Now they have $90.
All right, you got $90, and here's your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much will you bet?
Oh, let's bet it all, shall we?
Make it easy.
You're going to be clean anyhow in the laundromat. You might as well be clean here. Little John of Sherwood Forest was a friend and follower of what leader?
Robin Hood.
Robin Hood is right. Thanks and good luck from the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. Now, we'll soon know who gets the chance at the $1,000 question. Fenneman, come in here and tell us who's ahead so far, will you?
The couple who was just up here, the lady that runs the automatic laundry, and the married man from the audience are ahead with their $180.
I see.
Secret word is still wall.
Still wall, okay.
We went searching through the audience tonight for some people with unusual occupations. And just before we went on the air, we selected Mary Mitchell, and her partner is Mr. William Peeler. Folks, come on in here and meet Groucho Marx.
Well, welcome, kids. Welcome for the DeSoto Plymouth dealers. And if you say the secret word, you'll divide $100 between you. It's a common word, something you'll find around the house. Mary Mitchell, is that right?
Correct.
Mary Mitchell, right? And William Peeler. Mrs. Mitchell, where are you from?
Liberal, Missouri.
Liberal, Missouri?
That's right.
What is the population of that town?
800.
800.
Before I left.
Is that why you left, Mrs. Mitchell?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, you may before the evening is over. Now, Mr. Peeler, where are you from?
I'm from Iowa.
Now, you were chosen tonight because of your unusual occupations. Mrs. Mitchell, what is your occupation?
I am associated with the Cat Care Club.
A cat care club?
Cat Care Club.
Well, what is a cat care club?
Well, we rescue cats and find homes for them.
Do you give cats to anybody who asks for one? For example, could I have a cat?
Well, you would have to qualify. You'd have to be investigated.
I can't even get a skunk to live in my house. What do you mean? I've been investigated. How many cats do you have at the present time?
Oh, about 150.
Well, where do you get your cats?
Oh, people phone from all over the country, all over the county, and even other counties. Just before I came down here, a woman called me and wanted me to take care of 35 cats. She started out with one cat a short time ago, and now she has 30 cats. She's 35. She says she sees her mistake. But it's too late, so I must take the cats.
Mrs. Mitchell, biologically, that's not possible. You can't start off with one cat and then have 30 cats.
Well, she did
You have
take
to start off with 2 cats.
Well, in
That much
fact,
I know about cats.
I know. Two stray cats came in after she took the 1 cat. So she really started with 3 cats.
Oh. Well, that's more like it, anyway. Now, what is your unusual occupation, Mr. Peeler?
Well, I am a wood carver. I take a solid block of wood like this, and in 5 minutes and 23 seconds, I have a pair of pliers that'll open and shut like that.
Are these pliers? I thought those were bow legs.
And, well, they look like bow legs, but they're really a little pair of pliers.
They're pliers, huh?
Yes. You see,
Well, that's very clever.
made my glasses out of wood, and my watch chain, that's made out of one solid block of wood, and it isn't put together, and you can't take it apart.
Is this for me?
Yes, that's for you. You may keep that for a souvenir. I sell those for souvenirs.
Oh, you sell them? Well, here, you better take it back.
You can keep them.
I don't want to get involved in any finance with you. Huh?
All right.
Now, where do you do this whittling?
Well, in store windows and before Kiwanis clubs and Rotary clubs and Boy Scout groups mostly.
Is there pretty good money in your business? Is it true you're always in the chips?
Well, I manage to... I make these pliers. I sell them for $1 a piece.
Yeah, let's see that. I've never seen one of those. Well, that's very interesting. Is this for me?
And, yes, if you want it.
Oh, you shouldn't have. I may get enough for all the brothers here tonight, huh? I'll have his watch before he leaves here. You say people pay $1 a piece for those wooden pliers? Why?
Well, you see, I throw in a $50 bill with each pair that I sell.
Well, that's a pretty good come-on, huh? I can see you have a very good head for business, Mr. Peeler. Have you had it examined lately? Now, tell me, Blockbuster, that's because you're a wood carver. Tell me, how do you make money giving away $50 bills?
Well, you see, I print my own money. That's why I can do it.
Well, that explains it. I'm relieved to know that you're not doing anything dishonest, Mr. Peeler. Now, as one counterfeiter to another, why do you do it?
Well, because, you see, we got a lot of colors in the rainbow, and we got a lot of different kinds of money. And all of the money we've ever had has always been green on the back. Well, one year I want to print the $100 bills red and the $50 bills blue and the $20 bills brown. And then I want to come out over the microphone and say, all you people that got a $100 bill that's red on the back dated 1950, I'm going to call it in 3 weeks from tomorrow at a discount. Now, you go home and get that $50 bill or that $100 bill out from under the rug, and you go down and you buy that suit of clothes you've been looking at for the last 6 months, but you were too stingy to buy the suit of clothes because you thought more of the money than you did of the clothes. But if you hang on to the money, you're going to have to pay a discount. So when you buy the suit of clothes and the factory opens up and hires another guy, and we've got more prosperity than we've got now. And that's the way I intend to eliminate all unemployment and all poverty in the state of California by just changing the money a little bit, making it different colors and putting a date on it and calling it in every once in a while.
I used to think I talked a lot, huh? Mr. Peeler, have you always been a whittler?
No, I have been in the real estate business, and then I ran for Congress in 1935 over in the valley. Yes.
What happened when you ran for Congress?
Well, out of 150,000 votes, I only lacked 952, getting enough to go down to Congress, because you see, I didn't have quite enough money. My major opponent, he spent $25,000, and I only had 10. But with that 10, I bought a little automobile and put loudspeaker horns on it and had a microphone in front of the wheel, and I'd go down the street and I'd say, Peeler for the people. Peeler peels the peeling from the pension problem. He puts the plan plainly and paints pretty pictures of its possibilities. Please put this paper on your piano, and if you like him, put him in Congress. Plan to hear him tonight at the high school. Everybody come out.
I'm surprised you got any votes. Well, you've been an interesting couple, and we're happy to have you here. Now, we're going to play You Bet Your Life. You beat our other two couples, and you get a chance at the $1,000. That's the DeSoto Plymouth question. That's the $1,000 question. I can't tell you how much the other couples won, but Fenneman's all going to remind our listeners.
The woman from the self-service laundry and the married man are ahead with $180.
Here we go. Let's see how high I can build you $20. You selected famous rivers as your category. Now, here's your first question. How much of the 20 will you try?
Half.
Half? Is that all right with you, Mr. Peeler?
Yes.
What is the name of the river boundary between Texas and Mexico?
The river boundary between...
What is the river between Texas and Mexico?
Oh, yes, I know what that river is.
I don't know, and I wish you'd tell me, huh?
Between Texas and Mexico? Yeah, the Rio Grande.
Rio Grande is right, huh?
And you're on the way, Groucho. They have $30.
Remember, you're going for $1,000 tonight. Now, how much of the $30 you're going to try?
Half.
Half? Is that all right with you, Mr. Peeler?
Well, I guess so.
All right. What is the name of the South American river with the largest volume of water in the world?
Well,
Amazon.
The Amazon is right.
They're on the way now. They have $45.
Here's your third question. How much of the 45 will you try?
What do you say?
Oh, we can spare 20, I guess.
20 dear.
$20. What is the name of the river that cuts through the Grand Canyon?
Colorado.
The Colorado is right.
And now they have $65.
$65 is your last chance to beat the other couples. Now, how much of the 65?
Let's shoot half of it anyway. You want to shoot all of it?
What he says, Bill,
I'd like to come out with a $5 bill anyway.
What do you care? You're going to print your own money anyhow.
Well, mine ain't any good, you see. I can't defend mine yet.
All right, kids, come on. We got another show next Thursday. What are you going to do? How much? $20. Here's your last. All right, here we go. London Bridge crosses what English river?
Oh, you know that.
Now, don't get your own bridge mixed up in this, huh? The Thames is right, huh?
And they wind up with a grand total of $85. And that means the laundry lady and the married man with $180 get the chance at the DeSoto Plymouth $1,000 question. Friends, your DeSoto Plymouth dealer handles two really great cars. The magnificent DeSoto and the beautiful Plymouth. DeSoto, with its graceful sweeping lines, is really a new concept in driving comfort. You'll thrill to DeSoto's featherlight steering. You'll enjoy DeSoto's new chair-high seats. And you'll be amazed at the huge rear window that greatly increases visibility. Yes, and there's even more to discover about the new DeSoto. It's an economical car to operate. No car in America has bigger brakes. It brings you a waterproof ignition. And, of course, DeSoto lets you drive without shifting. So drive a DeSoto before you decide. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. No matter where you are or where you drive, look for those two great names linked together, DeSoto, Plymouth.
Well, here we are, the gal from the laundry and the fly trap, eh? All right, here we go for $1,000. I'll give you 15 seconds to decide on a single answer between you, so think carefully and please no help from the audience. Here it is. Ready? What is the name of the city that has been the capital of Korea for more than 2,000 years? All right, what is the answer you two have decided upon?
Sewell.
Sewell is right. Well, you had the right answer, so you win $1,000. What are you going to do with all that money?
I kind of like...
You're going to buy a bathing suit and go back in that raft, huh?
Well, I think I'll kind of spread it around. I think...
Well, spread some around me, will you?
Money's fun if you can share it, and I can think of a few people that kind of need some.
Well, that's a good way to spend the money, yeah? Let's see, you win $1,000, and how much?
$180 in the quiz.
That's $1,180. You really cleaned up tonight. Congratulations. From the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast, you bet your life.
You bet your life. Be sure to tune in again next Wednesday night at this time for the Groucho Marx Show, when the big question will be worth $1,000. And don't miss Groucho's television show, also presented by the DeSoto Plymouth Dealers of America. And remember, all dealers who sell DeSoto also sell Plymouth. Two great cars, both products of the Chrysler Corporation.
And when you drive in, tell them Groucho sent you. Good night, folks, and remember, just be sure to see your DeSoto Plymouth dealer.
Folks, here's a tip from the National Safety Council about good highway habits. If your policy on the road is courtesy, you are always the beneficiary. You Bet Your Life is produced by John Goodell. Transcribed from Hollywood, directed by Robert Dwan and Bernie Smith. Music by Jerry Fielding. This is George Fenneman, signing off for the more than 3,000 DeSoto Plymouth dealers from coast to coast.
Well, sir, it's late afternoon as our scene opens now. And here in the living room of the small house halfway up in the next block, we find all our friends assembled. Vic has newly arrived home from the office, and he stands beside the library table removing his hat. Sade is seated on the davenport with her sewing basket. And young Russell is just this moment drifting in from an after-school football workout in Tapman's vacant lot. Listen.
Why, George, I ache in every muscle.
You don't act very miserable.
No, it's kind of relaxing to ache in every muscle.
What's in the shoebox, Dr. Sleech? Oh, that's the present for Russell.
What is the present for me?
Library table there. Uncle Fletcher just left 10 or 15 minutes ago. What's new with him?
Oh,
Busy as a bee and important as my shoe. Just more than strutted around and waved his arms and laid down the law.
Still up to his neck in his landlady's marriage plans, huh?
Oh, boy.
Can I open the shoebox, Mom?
Suppose so. It's yours.
What's inside?
Letters.
Letters?
Old letters. Just like him to give somebody old letters for a present. Like making somebody a gift of a bucket of old snow or a saucer of old rainwater.
Are there any new developments of this stock in nature occurring with Mrs. Keller and her bridegroom?
Oceans, I guess. Uncle Fletcher was mysterious as a horse. He scowled and frowned and winked and muttered.
Dear Grace, I am as sorry as you are about the 2 missing quarts of crankcase oil. Neither Albert or William seem to be interested. I don't know if I care to go on living. Perhaps you'd better burn this. Margaret.
Is that one of the letters?
Yeah.
Oh, elegant presents you got.
Yeah. Here's another one. Dear Edith, I'm giving up candy, motorboating, watermelon, and music. I have to laugh when I think about Tuesday. Grandpa received the fudge. Jeanette. Are those Uncle Fletcher's letters?
I suppose so.
Did he ever go under the name of Edith?
Well, not that I know of.
The first one I read is addressed to Grace.
Oh, he probably scooped a batch of letters off on the sideboard, and half of them belonged to his landlady.
Oh, her name's not Edith. Not Grace either.
Oh, well, ish. Maybe her sisters or cousins or something.
Why did you give Russell letters addressed to Edith and Grace?
I don't know, Lamb.
I'm very grateful for the present.
I think this was the general idea behind it. Uncle Fletcher said something about, Sadie, honey, this box contains documents and personal correspondence I've received through the years. I thought Russell...
Oh, I bet he figured this batch of stuff might have historical interest.
Yes, that's the very way he put it. Historical interest. And he said something about Russell being the youngest member of the family. He felt Russell should be entrusted with any valuable papers that happen to be around loose.
Well, it sure bucks me up.
Oh, and he said quite a few of the letters in that shoebox was from celebrated characters, famous people.
Uh-huh.
I thought to myself, just that's much more trash to clutter up the attic.
Maybe not. As he points out, old letters can be valuable. I read in the paper where somebody bought a letter written by a college president so-and-so, such and such a university, and planked down $49 for it.
$49? Well, who'd buy old letters?
Collectors and different people. Dear Fletcher, thanks very much for the basket of peaches. They tasted delicious. Esther says to tell you hello. As ever, Roy. I bet that's his pal, Roy, dejectedly talks so much about.
Kind of a short letter.
Yeah.
Is it supposed to be valuable?
I don't imagine that particular one is.
Who's Esther in them?
Search me.
Well, if you can sell that for $49, Willie, you're some clerk.
I'll let it go dirt cheap. Read a minute. Dear Uncle Fletcher, thought I would write and see how you were feeling. We are fine, and Walter's kneecap has let up considerable on the twinges.
Well,
yes, yes.
Yeah. What's the date on there?
September 18th, 1944.
Oh, that's just last week.
Uh-huh. We are fine, and Walter's kneecap is let up considerable on the twinges. Well, I suppose you're sorry to see the summer.
Hey, don't be reading that Jester's private mail out loud to strangers.
Strangers? Where's the strangers?
Just lay that off to one side.
Okay.
You don't imagine Uncle Fletcher intends for Russell to sell the letter he got last week from Bess?
You don't get the idea, Mr. Hooch. He considers that batch of documents family heirlooms. He figures they're valuable.
What do you expect? He'd charge a customer for Bess's letter there.
Oh, go jump in the lake.
Here's an old yellow one, written about 9 million years before I was born. February 12th, 1905. Dear Fletcher, thanks very much for the basket of peaches. They tasted delicious.
You read that before.
No, I never. Here's the other one.
What's the date on this?
February 12th.
What year?
1915. Dear Fletcher, thanks very much for the basket of peaches. They tasted delicious. Esther says to tell you hello. As ever, Roy.
Here's a coincidence. He sent this Roy a basket of peaches on February 12th, 1905, and then 10 years later, on the same date, he sent him another basket of peaches.
What's the letter worth?
Uncle Fletcher's not reckoning the value of these letters in dollars and cents.
Who's that Esther that's always saying hello?
Oh, sure.
Here's one from the senator.
Maybe we're getting someplace.
Dear sir, you are a full-flushing swindler. You've owed me $18 for 2 years, and all I receive from you is excuses. I want cash money, and I want it quick. Very truly yours, Senator Harold L. McFarlane.
He's a senator, all right.
Not a very nice letter. Well, what's it worth, being from a senator that way?
Oh, quit asking me whatever it is worth. I don't know what it's worth.
Around $1?
Yeah, around $1.
Dear Uncle Fletcher, my mother said for me to write you a nice letter and say thanks for the pretty dolly you sent me for Christmas. I have named the dolly Helen. Duffy sends a hug and a kiss.
Who's that from, Corporal Mike Hogan?
It's from Sadie.
No.
Sure, because down here at the bottom you got it wrote down.
Oh, here, let me see that.
Pass it over, please, Doc.
Oh, I remember that. Well,
here's one that does belong to Uncle Fletcher and his landlady. Dear Leota, your note received. I'm so glad to hear from you. Ernie's teeth came Tuesday, and they seem to fit fine and look real nice. But like the big Benny he is, he went right out to the woodshed and put both plates in a vise and tried to bend the little gold wires.
See how I wrote when I was a little girl. Pretty good?
Yeah.
Here's circles and crosses, hugs and kisses. Oh, I'm to send this to Bass next time I write.
Here's a letter dated February 12th, 1925.
From Modem and Pete Jackson of the Cleveland Circus Line?
No. Dear Fletcher, thanks very much for the basket of peaches. They tasted delicious.
Well, there's 3 baskets of peaches, Uncle Fletcher said. Did Esther say hello this trip?
Sure. Esther says to tell you hello.
What's the missive on your knee there?
Dear Mr. O'Donnell, I am returning you your violin and your apple core. The trained rabbit and the dictionary I am keeping. Mother and I both
Here's
feel...
little girl letter. I misspelled Christmas and only put 1 L in Dolly. Oh, yeah, I have to send this to Dad.
Mother and I both feel that under the circumstances, this is the best way to settle the matter. Arthur paid for the bicycle pump and the Cracker Jack, so you needn't worry on that score. I went down to the post office now and mailed it. See you Wednesday at the picnic. Your little cupcake.
What's all that?
It's a letter to Mr. O'Donnell from your little cupcake.
Well, I wonder if it's right to read other people's letters.
Well, they're my letters. I was made a present of them. Dear Uncle Fletcher, thought I would write and see how you are feeling. We are fine in Walter's kneecap.
I told you to lay that off to one side.
Well, not this one. This is another one. We are fine in Walter's kneecap.
All right, Mr. Smart Alex.
Okay.
Uncle Fletcher's saddling us with shoeboxes full of old letters. One of these times, I'm just going to have to settle his hash.
Hammerhand, look and see if you can't find some signatures of importance. Governors and generals and so on.
Oh, I don't believe there's any hope. Here's one signed by Mr. Eggspender. Another one signed Phoebe Punkman. Here's one signed Mrs. Artie Bletchford and sons Emmett, Kylie, Stanwood, Peter, Raymond, Ollie, and Steve.
What you going to do with your elegant box of valuable documents?
I don't know.
Neither do I.
Maybe we ought to rent a large safety deposit vault down at the bank.
Well, a nice letter dated February 12th, 1935.
What's it say?
Dear Fletcher, thanks very much for the basket of peaches. They tasted delicious. Esther says to tell you hello. As ever, Roy.
Wednesday night, so we take you now to Duffy's Tavern with our guest tonight, Dorothy Shay, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and Trouchet, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Here is better care for your hands than you ever dreamed possible. It's with Trouchet. Trouchet, the really different hand lotion. Anytime you put on creamy, fragrant Trouchet, you'll find your hands will look and feel softer and smoother. But because Trouchet is so different, with a unique beforehand extra, you can guard your hands against chapping, too. Put Trouchet on before you do dishes or before you go outdoors. And as long as Trouchet is on your hands, you will be guarded against chapping. Water chapping as well as weather chapping. So get Trouchet. Use it for all your lotion needs. Really, you can keep your hands softer, smoother, lovelier if you begin today to use Trouchet.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern where they'll eat meat to eat. Eddie the waiter speaking. Oh, hello, Mr. Duffy. Now, I want to thank you for your Christmas present. That lovely cigarette lighter. Yeah, very thoughtful inscription, too. Close cover before striking. Mr. Archie? Well, he's in the back room brooding. Yeah, brooding. Well, with him, it's always one of three things. Money, women, or both. Huh? Oh, hold on. She's right here. Miss Duffy, telephone.
Thanks, Eddie. Hello, Papa. This is your daughter, Miss Duffy. What, Papa? Archie? Don't worry. He won't sulk for long. Not with Dorothy Shay coming here tonight. Dorothy Shay, the Park Avenue hillbilly singer. Yeah. Sort of a cross between Hildegard and Judy Canova. What does she look like? Oh, brunette, beautiful figure, wonderful voice. You know, the kind that are a dime a dozen. Huh? All right. I'll see if I can find out what's wrong with him. Goodbye, Papa. Hey, Eddie. Is Archie still in the back room?
Yeah, still in the back room.
What's eating him?
In that back room, it could be anything.
No, I mean, what's worrying him?
I don't know. It might be that newspaper article.
What article?
The one about the tax increase for people who make over $80,000 a year.
Yeah, but why would that worry him? He only makes $15 a week.
Yeah, but he claims it'll kill his incentive.
I never saw him in a mood like this. It must be something serious.
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's been awful quiet in that back room. You don't think he committed suicide?
On Papa's time, he wouldn't dare.
Well, let's see if we can get him out of there.
Okay. Archie! Archie! He won't answer.
I got an idea. Miss Archie, guess what? The termites just ate up the health inspector.
Archie! Archie, surprise! The tavern's burning down.
I think I got one. Hey, boss, did you hear the news? Mr. Duffy just dropped dead.
Eddie, please, quit trying to cheer me up. Look, you two, there ain't nothing nobody can do for me. I prefer to bear me anguish in silence. When a man finds out that he's been nurturing a serpent amidst his monks, and when that serpent turns on him like a viper, what is left but the protective wing of nirvana? It's an old saying from Bartlett's quotations.
Miss Archie, what's all this about?
I ain't talking.
What's wrong with you?
Miss Duffy, I told you. I ain't talking.
Just like a man.
What do you mean?
At least when a woman has a secret, she's got the decency not to keep it to herself. Good night.
Look, Eddie, I'm a pretty decent sort, ain't I?
Uh-huh.
I go through life not hurting nobody, helping people when I can, don't I?
Well...
And what do I get? Retribution. Suddenly a thing comes along like this and it destroys me faith in human mankind.
For goodness sake, man, tell me, what is it?
I ain't talking.
Mr. Archie, please, out with it.
Well, It's my best friend, Clifton Finnegan.
What did he do to you?
You want to know?
Yeah.
About as lousy a trick as one friend ever played on another.
What did he do?
He didn't send me a Christmas card. And after all I'd done for that Finnegan, when we was together at PS4, who was it learned him how to play hooky? How to roll with the punch when the teacher belts you. How to wear a dunce cap at a rake of shango. How to sleep with your eyes open in class. In short, all the useful bits of knowledge that go into making a liberal education. I've watched over him like a mother hawk. Who was it learned him all about the birds and the bees?
You did?
Of course.
Well, no wonder he blushes every time he passes a canary.
Wait a minute. Here he comes now. You can express me sentiments to him, Eddie. I'll be in the back room until the crumb departs.
Okay.
Hello, Eddie. Give me a glass of beer.
Yeah? I thought you don't drink.
I don't. I want to cry in it.
What's your trouble?
Eddie, never mention Christmas to me again.
What's the matter? Now, did someone tell you that there ain't no Santa Claus?
Don't be silly, Eddie. I've known that ever since I was a kid of 21. No, it's about me best friend, Archie.
What'd he do to you?
You want to know?
Yeah.
About as lousy a trick as one friend ever played on another.
What did he do?
I ain't talking.
Oh, come on, out with it. What did he do?
He didn't send me a Christmas card.
Oh, no.
Yeah. When I think of all the things I've done for that guy, to all the things I've learned him. How to start a fire by rubbing two matches together. How to make snakes out of horse hairs. How to hold your breath till your face turns purple. Another thing. Who taught him about the birds and the bees?
You taught him about the birds and the bees?
Exactly. He was such a dope, though, that he got him mixed up with men and women. And to think, he didn't even send me a Christmas card, and after all I've done for him.
I say, Eddie. Oh, is there a certain uncouth person still here?
Eddie, tell him I'm just as couth as he is.
Says he's just as couth as you are.
Even couther.
Even couther.
You see, Eddie, that's gratitude. After all I've done for that guy.
Eddie, tell him I've done plenty for him, too.
Eddie, tell him I've done twice as much for him as he ever did for me.
Oh, yeah? Tell him I've done 3 times as much.
Oh, yeah? Tell him I've done 4 times as much.
Oh, yeah? I've done... Eddie, tell him not to flaunt his education in me face.
Look, Eddie, remind me to put up a sign that says, this bar only open to people.
Well, if the management is going to get fussy, I can take my loafing elsewhere. Goodbye, Eddie.
Mr. Archie, now, don't you think you're being a little childish?
Now, look, you mind your own business, will you?
But don't yell at me. I sent you a Christmas card.
I'm sorry, Eddie. A thing like this is a burden that's hard for a man to brunt.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Joe.
Hello, Eddie.
Good evening, Mr. Miranda. Well, thank you for your Christmas card.
Oh, did you like it?
Yes, I love that sentiment. You know, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and remember, there's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis.
I'm glad you liked it, Eddie. I thought it was very original.
Yeah, sure was. Didn't get another one like it.
Look, do you guys mind if I get in a word edgewise here?
What do you want to say, Arch?
Just wanted you to know that I'm very depressed.
What's the matter?
I ain't talking.
Eddie, what's wrong with him?
Oh, he's sulking. Look, Mr. Rand, now, you were an old friend. Why don't you try to cheer him up?
Okay, Eddie. Arch, did you hear the good news?
What?
The Vitalis 60-second workout stimulates the scalp.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it gives it that wonderful, refreshing, tingling sensation.
Uh-huh.
And not only that, but Vitalis also routs loose dandruff and helps check excessive falling hair.
Sorry, Joe, but I'm past cheering up.
Well, things just can't be that bad, Arch. Here, let me tell you a funny story. It seems there were these 2 Irishmen, Pat and Mike. So Pat says to Mike,
Begorra, did you know that Vitalis tames down dry, hard-to-manage hair?
So Mike comes right back, and he says to Pat,
Sure, and Vitalis in the famous 60-second workout keeps hair handsome and healthy looking.
So Pat says to Mike, he says,
You mean, Begorra, that it gives hair that well-groomed look without a greasy patent leather shine?
So Mike says, and get this, Arch, he says,
Well, why not? There's not a single drop of mineral oil in Vitalis.
You feeling a little better, Arch?
I ain't talking.
Didn't like it, huh?
Well, maybe it's me mood, Joe.
Well, I'll try you with another one.
Please, I told you, I ain't in the mood tonight.
Well, this one might put you in the mood, Arch. It's about a traveling salesman.
Well, this one sounds a little better, anyhow.
Yeah. Well, you see, this traveling salesman went up to this farmhouse and peeked in the window.
Yeah.
And guess what he saw? A big, lovely, beautiful bottle of Vitalis.
Eddie, give me the bung starter.
Well, now, wait a minute, Arch. I'm just trying to cheer you up.
You want to cheer me up?
Yeah.
Blow.
Eddie, where's Archie?
You mean Payashi? Well, he's back in the back room again.
Still brooding?
Yeah, I'm worried about him, too. He just sit there staring at the wall.
The wall with the Esquire calendar?
That's what worries me. He's staring at the other wall.
Gee, he must be in bad shape.
Well, whatever's ailing him, here comes the cure.
Eddie, is that Dorothy Shay?
Nobody else.
Good evening, Miss Shay. I'm Miss Duffy, the daughter of the place.
Oh, how do you do?
Likewise, I'm sure.
Is Archie around?
He's in the back room. I'll tell him you're here.
Well, wait just a second. Tell me about him. What's he like?
Don't get in a taxi with him.
A real wolf, huh?
He created the character.
Well, I've met a lot of men like that.
Yeah, but the ones you've met only had two hands. Do you know what the girls on 3rd Avenue call this one?
So what?
The octopus.
Maybe I'd better get out of here.
Why?
Well, you're a woman. Don't you get a little tired of men chasing you all the time?
Huh? Oh, yeah, it's terrible. Just because you whistle at them, they think they own you. Why, it's getting so bad a girl ain't safe on the street after 4 a.m.
Men are so stupid. If they'd only realize that they're much more attractive to a girl when they're aloof and indifferent.
You're so right.
And are you sure this Archie is well...
You don't have to take my word for it. Ask anybody. Eddie, tell her about him.
You mean the chicken inspector?
Yes.
Miss Shay, the only time that man didn't go for a skirt was the day the Scotch regiment marched past the tavern. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, come out the back room now.
That's Archie?
Yeah. Watch your footwork.
Well, I might as well get it over with. Good evening, Archie.
Huh?
I'm Dorothy Shay.
So what?
Well, this is a nice reception. Do you mind if I sit down?
No, go ahead if you feel like it.
Maybe it's just a slow starter. Why don't you sit down here next to me?
Why should I?
Well, I thought maybe we could be friends.
Friends? Don't mention a word to me. Look, Miss Shay, if you came in here to partake of the refreshment, feel free to do so. Otherwise, consider our interests asunder.
Archie, are you always like this?
Always like what?
Oh, so aloof, so indifferent.
I ain't saying I am, and I ain't saying that I ain't.
Well, this is interesting.
Not to me.
Miss Archie, you feeling all right? Take a look.
So what? So she's beautiful. So what?
My. And this from a man who breaks out in a cold sweat when he looks at a picture of Cash Daly.
Look, Eddie, I ain't in the mood to bandy pleasantries. I'll go fetch you a drink, Miss Shea.
Well, thank you. Miss Duffy, did you say this was Archie the wolf?
Why?
He's about as passionate as Guy Kibbe.
Well, you said you liked him cold.
Well, I do, but this one's dead. If I could revive him a little, I think he might be my type.
Well, why don't you be subtle about it?
Subtle?
Yeah. Pull up your dress a little and show him your legs.
Might be a good idea. Just high enough?
A little higher. Yeah, that's better.
Well, here's your drink. That'll be... Miss Shea, your stocking has a run in it.
The man done lost the will to live. Rolls the dice, makes his point, and then don't pick up the money.
Miss Duffy, what am I going to do with him?
Maybe if you sang a song, it might warm him up.
Well, it might work. Archie, would you like to hear me sing?
If it gives you pleasure, go ahead. Lousy Christmas card. How much would it have cost the guy? One lousy Christmas card.
Beyond the busy highway, beyond the city strife, we highly treasure and take great pleasure in our playing away. Who's lucky? Few a fussing and a fighting. Sometimes it gets to be exciting. Don't like them ornery neighbors down by the creek. We'll be plumb out of neighbors next week. Grandma, poor old Grandma, why'd they have to shoot poor Grandma? She lies neath the clover. Someone caught her bending over, picking up a daisy few, a fussing and a fighting. This is a wrong that needs a righting. Let's get that funeral service over, so then we'll go feud and fighting again. Fighting, a feuding, and a fussing. That's all that's going on with us. And we are such neighborly people, peaceful and sweet, all except when we happen to meet. Daughter, baby daughter, poisoned all the neighbors' chickens. Daughter, shouldn't daughter, least so she could run like the Dickens. They hit her with a shovel, feud, a fighting and a fussing. No use of standing here a cussing. Let's give our daughter a pistol now that she's 4 and go feud and fighting some more. Fighting, a fussing, and a feuding. Why did that sheriff keep intruding? He was a curious critter, yep, he was swell. It's a shame he was pushed down the well. Water, the well water. The doggone stuff don't taste like it oughter. Look here, city slicker. That's why we all drink corn liquor. It's better with the shoes off, feud, a fussing and a fighting. This ain't no corner you can brighten. Polish the shooting iron more. I'm getting a yen to go feuding, a fussing, a feuding, and a fussing again. Well, Archie, how did you like... Hey, where'd he go?
Back in the back room again.
Well, I like that.
Hello, Eddie.
Oh, hello, Mr. Finnegan. Miss Shea, this is Mr. Finnegan.
Well, it's not much, but at least it's something to talk to. Do you mind if I sit next to you, Mr. Finnegan?
It's a free country.
Not another one. What's the matter? Don't you like me?
Oh, come see, come sir.
Well, maybe you could learn to like me.
I doubt it.
Well, you could try. Would you like to kiss me?
I would not.
Would you like to put your arm around me?
No, I wouldn't.
Would you like to hold my hand?
Certainly not.
Would you like to breathe on a mirror?
Why?
Just checking.
Look, sister, you're wasting your time. I ain't in the mood.
Well, then maybe we can be friends.
Friends? Don't mention a word to me. I had a friend once. Friendship. What a hollow mockery.
Wait a minute. What goes on here anyway?
Don't feel too bad, Miss Shea. Ain't nothing you've done. See, it's just that Mr. Finnegan and Mr. Archie are very old friends, and they sort of had a misunderstanding.
Oh, that's it. Oh, well, maybe we can straighten it out. Archie.
What do you want?
Come here a minute. Now, why don't you stop this nonsense and shake hands with your old friend here?
That skunk? Tell him to go soak his head. Wait a minute. You better not. I think it's shrunk enough already.
Well, then, Finnegan, you shake hands with Archie.
Over my dead body.
What other kind have you got?
Meaning what?
Meaning any way you want to take it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Don't change the subject. As far as I'm concerned, you can get out of here now and never darken my door again.
Well, I can take a hint. And this time I'm not coming back. Eddie, you can mail me sweatshirt and sneakers.
Oh, now, Mr.
Too
Finnegan.
late to argue, Eddie. It's all over. Goodbye, everybody but Archie.
Now, just a second, boys. Is this the way to act at this time of the year?
Well,
When friends everywhere will be gathering together, drinking toasts to one another?
Well, I didn't start it, did I?
Well, did I?
Now, please, stop and think for a minute. How are you old friends going to feel New Year's Eve? New Year's Eve, when the clock strikes 12 and everybody else is standing around with their arms around each other singing, "Should old acquaintance be forgot and never brought to mind? Should old acquaintance
Dorothy, cut it out, will you? Look, Finnegan. Yeah, Arch.
Finnegan, I want to tell you something.
What is it?
I've been a heel.
Well, Arch, you was only acting natural.
I know, but calling you skunk and saying your head was shrunken. If you had another hole in your head, you could rent yourself out as a bowling ball.
Arch, you didn't say that.
Oh, did I miss one? Believe me, I had plenty of good reason. After all, I'm your oldest friend, and you didn't even send me a Christmas card.
I didn't send you a card. You mean you didn't send me a card?
I didn't send you a card.
No.
What are you talking? I even gave it to you to mail it.
Dodge, you're crazy.
Who's crazy? I remember you put it in your pocket right there.
Oh, this pocket? I get the... Well, what do you know? It's still there. And look at what's right next to it.
What?
The Christmas card that I was going to send you.
Well, holy cat. You mean we've been making this whole tempest out of a tea kettle? Let me see the card you were sending me.
Well, Arch, I couldn't afford a regular Christmas card, so it's just a picture of me as a baby.
Let's see. Oh, ain't that cute? On a bearskin rug, too. Must have been a little cold laying there in your gratin, wasn't you?
Well, to tell you the truth, Arch, I don't remember.
Let's see. Says, Merry Christmas. Who wrote that for you?
My mother.
That's nice.
Yeah. And look where she wrote Merry and where she wrote Christmas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both sides of your face. Ain't you going to read the card that I sent to you?
Are you kidding?
Oh, sorry. I'll read it to you. Incidentally, I made up the poem myself.
Oh. Well, that makes it twice as sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It says, to my dear friend Finnegan.
That's the most beautiful poem I ever heard.
That's only the title.
Oh.
The poem goes like this.
Yeah.
Now that Christmas is once again at our throats, I think of our friendship, so pure that it floats. Would 'twere that I had riches to buy you a present, but alas, dear friend, I am naught but a penniless pheasant. And then look at this. It says, love, your oldest friend.
Arch, kiss me.
Leave us not overdo it. But I must say that it's a load off my mind, Finnegan, to know that we're friends again.
Yeah.
You know, I'm beginning to feel a little more like my old self. Hey, wait a minute. The shave. Let me take another look at you, honey.
Archie, why are you staring at me like that?
I don't know. It's funny. I'm looking at you like I'm seeing you for the first time, kid.
You're looking at me like it's the first time you've seen anybody.
And, honey, that's the way I'm feeling. Come here. Let me take another gander at them legs.
Well, it's nice to have him home again.
Say, friend, have you tried Benex yet? Benex.
What's Benex?
Benex is the new brushless Wonder Shave.
Come now, is Benex really different?
Just listen. In addition to the usual advantages, Benex Brushless gives you 3 big extras. First, Benex Brushless gives extra easy shaves. Its special beard softening formula makes your beard 1/5 water. Second, Benex Brushless is extra smooth, lighter, so different it rinses off your razor instantly.
How about comfort?
Benex Brushless brings you extra comfort. A special after-shaving action that leaves your face feeling wonderful. See for yourself. Benex Brushless. Try it. It's time now to leave Duffy's Tavern for this evening, but let's meet here again next Wednesday when our guest will be Desi Arnaz. Duffy's Tavern is brought to you by Vitalis for well-groomed hair and True Shea, the hand lotion with the beforehand extra. Each Wednesday, Bristol Myers brings you Duffy's Tavern and Mr. District Attorney, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
It's new, it's amazing, it's Prell, P-R-E-L-L, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. Prell brings you the life of Riley. Prell, the shampoo that removes unsightly dandruff in as little as 3 minutes and leaves hair radiantly clean, radiantly lovely, presents The Life of Riley, with William Bendix as Riley. Well, by now, everybody has wished everybody a happy 1948. But Chester A. Riley hopes that nothing happens to him in 1948 quite as hectic as what happened the last 3 days of 1947. It all started on the Monday evening before the New Year's Eve just passed. Riley has just come home from his work at the aircraft plant, and his big, broad face, usually wreathed in smiles, seems a mask of bitter misery.
Well, hello, Riley. You're home from work early.
Work. Legal slavery, that's what it is.
Oh, I see. You had trouble with your foreman again?
Yeah. One of these days I'm going to haul off and hit that Gus Hawkins right on that beat he's using for a nose.
Well, what was it this time?
He bawled me out for a half hour straight just because he caught me smoking.
Well, instead of sneaking off for a smoke, you should be working.
I was working. I was in the paint shop nailing up a no smoking sign.
Oh, fine.
Should have heard him treat me like I was a kid in front of everybody. Where's your brains, Riley? Smoking in the paint shop. You want to blow up the plant and kill 500 men?
Well, he's right.
Whose side are you on, Peg? Me or 500 strangers? I'm surprised at you.
Well, you did a dangerous thing. Oh, now, come on, dear, relax. Supper's almost ready. You go lie down.
No, I'm too tired. Burns me up to think a guy like Hawkins has such power over me. He cracks the whip and I gotta behave like a dumb beast. If he wore skirts, he'd make a perfect wife. You know, he could have me fired.
Oh, look, dear. Why don't you try to get along with this Gus Hawkins? Make a resolution this New Year's.
I made it already. Only he's bigger than I am. Honest, he treats me like a dog. He passed me while I was eating my lunch today, and he said, "Tell me, Riley, are you enjoying your red heart?"
Oh, my, you need some cheering up, dear. Look, how about going out and celebrating New Year's Eve? We haven't done it in years.
No, we'll see. Where's the kid?
Well, Babs is spending the weekend at Joni's house, and Junior's next door at Egbert Gillis's.
No.
Oh, say, I need some money. I got to buy Junior a new pair of shoes for the New Year's dance he's going to.
Dance? Junior is?
Yeah, at the YMCA. It's his first dance.
Well, what do you know? Our little Junior dancing. A regular Martha Graham.
Well, he's a little young to go out, but after all, it's the YMCA.
Oh, don't worry. He'll be okay. He takes after me. I started stepping out when I was very young, too, and I was very popular. I used to pick and choose.
Oh, you did you?
Sure. I'd never go out with a girl unless she was a raving beauty. That was before I met you, of course.
What?
I didn't mean that the way you heard it. Is that you, Terry?
Hiya, Pop. Mom, might still come back from the cleaner.
Oh, yes, it's that, dear.
Getting all set for the dance, huh, son?
Yeah.
Oh, I envy him, Peg. New Year's Eve at the YMCA. His first mad fling.
What, Pop?
Oh, there's nothing like youth. Especially when you're young. Who you going with, son, if you don't mind my asking?
Oh, I don't mind.
Yeah, who's the lucky one?
Fatso Fendelkraut.
Oh, that's a cute name for a little girl. Fatso Fendelkraut. That round boy with the pointy head?
Well, it's not so pointy.
You're going with a boy to a dance?
What? I thought you were taking a girl, Junior.
Oh, who wants to take a girl?
Peg, remember I told you someday I'd have to have a little talk with Junior? Today's the day.
Gee, Pop, why are you making such a big fuss about this dance?
Wait a minute. Let's sit down on this bench. You see, son, it's time that you realize there are two kinds of people in this world. Girl people and boy people. And them that ain't boy people are girl people. That's a fact.
But, gee, everybody knows that.
Well, what I'm driving at is, well, it ain't only human beings. Take, for instance...
Pop, again with the birds and the bees.
No, this time I'm using spiders. What I mean is boys should take girls to this dance. Don't you like girls?
Oh, yeah, they're okay sometimes.
Well, why don't you ask one?
Well, I don't want to.
Oh, I know why. I bet you're scared.
Well, I'm...
Oh, so that's it. Son, I know just what you're going through. I went through the same thing. You did? Sure. When I was 15, I had to go to my first dance. I was shy, too, and I had to make a choice. Either I'd take your mother. Of course, she wasn't your mother then. Either her, or I'd go with Butch Grogan, the fullback on the football team. So I suffered just like you're suffering. But in the end, I took your mother. And today, when I take stock and see the happy little family I got, I'm so glad I didn't take Butch Grogan.
Well, Pop, I'd like to ask a girl, but I get all twisted up.
Worry, I'll tell you what to say. Come on, let's go in the drugstore here and use the phone.
But, Pop, I don't want to.
Now, who would you like to ask?
Well, Betty Blakely, I guess. She's okay.
Henry Blakely's kid, our landlord?
Yeah.
Oh, swell. He'll appreciate this. Nothing like staying on the good side of your landlord. If you take out his daughter, maybe he'll unblock our sink. Now, here's a nickel. You go in that booth and phone Betty.
No, I can't, Pop. Honest, I can't.
What do you mean you can't? What is there to asking a girl for a date?
Well, it's easy for you to talk. You don't have to do it.
Oh, well, I'll do more than talk. I'll show you.
Well, what are you going to do, Pop?
Now, you watch my technique. I'm going to ask a dame for a date.
On the level?
Sure.
But, Pop, a real woman?
Sure, you don't think I'd call up a dummy.
Oh, but, Pop, you can't.
Hello? Well, hello. Is that you, cutie? Huh? I've been thinking a lot about you lately. This is your dream boat.
Pop!
Say, baby, how about you and me stepping out New Year's Eve? You know, dinner, show, you know, the works. Huh? You will? Now you're talking, gorgeous. Okay, gorgeous, it's a date. Bye. Huh. You see how easy it is, Junior?
Pop, who was that?
Your mother.
Oh, Mom, I thought it was a woman.
Junior.
I mean, well, it's different with Betty. She's not my mother.
But your mother's not my mother either. Now, go on, here's another nickel. Phone Betty. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Yeah, but if I get stuck in anything...
I'll tell you what to say.
Hello? Is Betty... Oh, hello, Betty. This is,
You're Junior.
Yeah, I'm Junior. I'm in Witherspoon's drugstore, and,
How about stepping out with me?
How about stepping out with me?
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve?
To the Y dance, gorgeous.
The Y dance, gorgeous? What? No, nobody's prompting me. I can't help it if I sound dopey. Well, is it okay, Betty? You will? Oh, thanks. Goodbye, gorgeous.
You see, Junior, it was a cinch. Now you got a girl.
Not yet. She said she'd let me know.
So that's her game. She's stolen it.
What do you mean?
That's an old trick. She's stringing us along in case something better turns up.
Oh, no, Pop.
Don't tell me. The same trick was played on me dozens of times. And something better always turned up. Don't you fall for it. You'll be left high and dry New Year's Eve. You ask another girl.
Well, no, Pop. I don't think I...
No, let me do the thinking. Now, who else would you like to go with?
Well, there's Angela.
Okay, you call up this Angela and make a date.
Oh, but Pop,
Here, I'm
now...
putting a nickel in the slot.
You really think I should?
I wouldn't tell you to do it if I didn't. This is costing me a fortune in nickels.
Well, if you say so.
Gotta learn how to beat these women at their own game.
Hello? Oh, is that you, Angela? Well, this is Junior. I was wondering if you'd like to go to the Y dance with me New Year's. You would? Oh, that's swell, Angela. Yeah, okay. Goodbye. Pop, she said yes.
Of course. Ah, don't you feel better now?
Yeah, gee.
You see, the old man knows best. Come on, let's go. Oh, that's the phone. Hello? Yeah, he's here. For you, Junior. Who knows you're here?
Hello? Oh, hello, Betty. You will? Oh, no. Oh, no, Nothing wrong. Yeah, okay. Pop, Betty said she'll go with me to the dance.
Fancy that.
Well, what'll I do now? I've got 2 days.
Son, I've got news for you. You're on your own. Where's this Angela's house?
Around the corner. But let's not do it, Pop. Let's go home.
But you can't have 2 dates. You didn't want to phone her, so you have to tell her in person.
But that's just as bad.
Stop worrying. I'm going with you, ain't I?
But what'll I tell her?
If you get stuck, I'll help you out. Did I ever steer you wrong?
No. Not in the last 30 seconds.
Junior, I'm hurt.
Here's the house.
Oh, it's one of those new ones.
Yeah, they just moved in.
Yeah. Well, ring the bell. Ring the bell.
Oh, I feel awful.
Stop worrying. This is a cinch.
What are you looking for in their mailbox?
Huh? Oh, just snooping. A bill from the gas company. Final notice. I ain't the only deadbeat in the neighborhood. Let me see. Gus Hawkins.
Oh, that's Angela's father.
Well, that's funny. Gus Hawkins. That's the same name as my miserable my foreman. He lives here. I remember he moved in a new house. He'll fire me. I told you we shouldn't have come here. Let's get out of here.
Yeah?
I give good.
Oh, it's you, Riley. Well, come in. Come in. What brings you here?
But I just dropped in to say hello. Goodbye.
Now, wait a minute. What's your rush? This your kid?
No, I never saw him before. Yeah, that's my kid.
Fine-looking boy. So you're the young Casanova who's dating my little Angela.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Hawkins...
Say, you know I'm tickled pink about this, Riley. Angela was dying to go to this dance, but nobody asked her. And then your boy phones. It was like a miracle. The little darling was in heaven, so excited. Right away, she had to get downtown with her mother to buy a dress. I told her to get something classy. After all, her first dance, an only child. So it'll cost me $30. But it's worth it. She's a wonderful little girl.
She is, huh? Well, in that case, maybe she shouldn't go with Mike Jr. He's nothing much.
Hey, you dumb kidder, Riley, old pal.
But what I mean was, what I'm driving at...
Don't you want to tell me, Riley?
Well, yeah, but first, have a cigar, Mr. Hawkins.
Thanks. Hey, forget that, Mr. Hawkins. The name is Gus.
You see, Mr. Gus...
Say, this reminds me about your smoking in the paint shop today. The superintendent wants to fire you.
He does?
Yeah. But don't worry. I'll fix things up for you as a personal favor.
Oh, thanks.
It's the least I could do for you. Your kid dating my kid for a first dance, that's pretty important. And who knows? Someday, your junior, my Angela...
Let's go, Junior. Come on.
Well, aren't you going to tell him, Pop?
Tell me what?
Well, about you.
Riley, what'd you clamp your hand over the kid's mouth for?
Buck teeth. You got to keep pushing him in. Take his daughters. Come on, Junior.
What am I going to do?
Do about what?
About Angela and Betty. Here it is, New Year's Eve. And
I'm thinking about it.
You've been saying that for the last 3 days.
Well, give me another day and I'll have it all straightened out.
Oh, when you wake up, it's New Year's Eve. Junior should be on his way to the dance right now.
Boy, what a jam you got me in.
Well, that's gratitude. After all I've done for you. I ain't like other fathers. You wanted a date, I got you two. Oh, what a mess.
Well, why don't you do something about it?
Now, don't put it all on me, Peg. It's your problem, too. You own 50% of this, boy. And the way I feel now, I'd sell out my share for 10 cents on the dollar.
Mom, it's getting late.
Oh, Riley, I should have known better than to rely on you. I should have done something about this myself.
Well, it's not too late.
Yeah, that's right. Go ahead. Go on.
I'm going to phone Mr. Blakely.
No, you can't do that. Are you forgetting he's our landlord? He'll get sore and evict us.
But he can't evict us without a reason.
He'll find some silly reason, like I haven't paid the rent for the last 3 months.
All right, then I'll call up Angela's father, Mr. Hawkins.
That's even worse. I'll get fired.
But, Pop, he wouldn't fire you.
Stay out of this, Junior. This ain't your affair.
For heaven's sake, Riley, you got the boy into this. The least you can do is help.
Well, Hello?
Hello, Riley. Hawkins, what's keeping you boy?
What do you see, Mr. Hawkins?
Angela's been ready for the last hour. Hey, you should see her in a pretty white party dress. Looks like a little bride.
Well, the fact is, Mr. Hawkins...
Nothing's wrong, I hope. Junior is coming, isn't he? Hey, if he didn't, that'd be an...
Oh, don't worry. He's coming. He left an hour ago.
And why isn't he here?
Well, you know, young boy, some little thing may have delayed him, like falling into an open manhole. Nothing. He's on his way. Goodbye.
Well, I'm glad you finally made a decision.
Yeah, it's out of my hands now. Junior, you better go call for Angela. Hello?
Hello, Riley. Where's Junior?
I just told you he left an hour. Mr. Blakely, it's you.
Well, who'd you think it was? Where is that kid of yours? He should have been here an hour ago. My little Betty's sitting here on tenterhooks.
Well, unhook her. Junior will be there soon. Goodbye.
Pop, what did you tell Mr. Blakely that for? Oh, it's worse than ever now. Honest, Riley, why don't you ever use your head?
That's the trouble. I've been using it.
Oh, gee, what am I going to do?
I don't know. Give me 5 minutes alone. I'll figure out something. Maybe some fresh air will clear out the cobwebs from my brain. There must be some spiders in there, too. What a mess. No matter what I do, I get in deeper and deeper and deeper.
Cheer up. Eventually you must hit the bottom.
Who's that?
It is I, Digby O'Dell, the friendly undertaker.
Oh, I didn't see you, Digger. It's so dark on the porch here.
Greetings, Riley. You're looking fine. Very natural.
What brings you here, Digger?
Well, I just dropped by to give you one of my 1948 calendars.
Oh.
This poem on it is one I wrote myself. Happy New Year, one and all. May this calendar remind you, as you travel down the road of life, I'll be right behind you.
That's fine, Digger, thanks.
But tell me, Riley, why so glum on this merry New Year's Eve?
Well, I got trouble with my boys.
Ah, yes, boys can be a problem. Yesterday, a gang of scamps stole a sign from a dress shop and hung it on the door of my business establishment. Oh, I was devastated.
Well, why? What did the sign say?
Let us give you the new look.
Well, Junior's trouble is that he dated 2 girls for New Year's.
Oh, that is a predicament. Identical thing happened to me once.
Yeah? You dated 2 girls? What did you do?
Oh, I tried everything. Finally, in desperation, I dug up another man.
Well, no, Junior couldn't do that. You see, one of the girls, her father's my landlord. If Junior breaks the date, he'll evict me.
Oh, how unfair. I also own property. But once I move a person in, I let him stay put.
And the other girl is my foreman's kid, and he'll fire me.
You can always come and work for me. I've got an opening, and I'd like to see you fill it.
No, I've got to think of something else.
I shall ponder with you. Suppose Junior doesn't take either girl. For a valid reason, of course.
Yeah, like if he was sick and had to go to bed. Well, say, there's a lot of flu going around, I could say. I'll do it.
Bully for you.
Oh, thanks, Digger. Now I feel like a new man. I was really licked, but you put me on my feet.
I did? Well, in your case, I'll make an exception. Cheerio. I'd better be shoveling off.
Almost 9 o'clock. Don't worry, I got it all figured out.
Well, who am I going with, Angela or Betty?
Neither.
Neither? Well, gosh, then they'll both be sore.
No, they won't. In a few minutes, they'll call up and say, where's that late son of yours? And I'll say my late son is sick in bed. I'll tell him it happened suddenly. I'll say a flu germ flew in through a hole in the screen and bit you.
Hey, that's a good idea.
Yeah, but you can't go to the dance. You go out and have a good time somewhere else. Go to a movie. Here's a bunk.
Oh, thanks, Pop. Happy New Year.
Yeah, same to you, son. And remember, anytime you run into any of these little problems, come to me. Oh, I'm beat. What a day. I think I'll lie down and relax for a few minutes.
Oh. Well, so long, Pop.
Well, wait, Junior. Before you go, don't forget to say Happy New Year to your mother.
Okay. Mom.
And here, Junior.
Mom, everything's okay. Pop fixed things. I'm not going with either one.
Well, I'm glad it's settled.
I'm going to the movies.
Are you catching cold?
Oh, no.
Why, you have caught cold. Your face is flushed. Come here, let me see your forehead.
Oh, Mom, I'm okay.
Why, you're hot. You got a fever. You're not going out tonight, young man.
Oh,
you're
Mom.
getting right into bed. There's an awful lot of flu going around.
But I feel...
I'll go next door and borrow the Gillis's hot water bottle. I want to find you in bed when I get back.
Okay, I'll get in bed. Gee, some New Year's Eve.
Oh, waiter, I'll have another order of Red Hearts. Put it on Hawkins' check. Where's the Peg? See who's at the door. Peg, it is. Man can't take a nap for a few minutes without somebody...
Riley, where's that boy?
Hawkins.
It's after 9 already. Angela's waiting in my car. Where's that boy?
But you see, he's sick. Flu. He bit a germ.
What are you trying to hand me? You said he left an hour ago.
But
Riley, if you think you can push me around,
there you are, Riley.
Mr. Blakely, what are you
doing? That boy of yours. You said he left an hour ago.
Well, I did, but he's sick.
I don't believe it.
Honest, he's sick. Ask Mr. Hawkins here.
I don't believe it either.
But,
now, look, Riley, my Betty's waiting in my car.
Wait a minute. Your girl is... So that's it, Riley. That boy of yours made 2 dates. 2 dates.
Can I help it if he's so popular?
Riley, if you know what's good for you, your boy better take my Betty.
If he knows what's good for him, he'll see that his kid takes my Angela.
If I knew what was good for me, I'd have stayed a bachelor.
Betty, what's the matter? Oh, hello, Mr. Blakely. Anything wrong?
My Betty's waiting in that car. And your husband's giving me some cock and bull story about Junior being sick.
Well, he is sick.
He is? I mean, you see, he is.
I just went next door to get this hot water bottle.
Had a girl, Peg, you're doing great.
There's something phony here.
Well, if you don't believe me, you could look in his room.
Peg, no.
Come on, you can see for yourself.
All right, I will.
Now, Peg, don't overdo it.
Now, here's his room.
Riley, get away from that door.
Wait a minute. We better ask him how he's feeling first. Junior, you're too sick to see anybody, aren't you? You see, he's so weak we couldn't even hear his answer.
Who is it, Pop?
It's me, Junior. Junior, what are you doing in bed?
I'm sick.
Well, are you gentlemen satisfied now?
Well, yeah, he does look kind of flushed.
Junior, you are sick. Oh, thank heaven. He's sick? He's sick? Peg, what are you standing there for? Go get a hot water bottle. Oh, Junior, my little boy's big to me.
We'll be back in just a moment. Nothing like it. Nothing like Prel, Procter & Gamble's new Radiant Cream Shampoo in the handy tube. This is William White of Rochester, New York, right?
Prel's the answer to all my shampoo problems. It's so easy to use, goes so far, and leaves my hair more radiant than any soap shampoo I've ever used. There's nothing but Prel for me.
And it'll be Prel for you once you see how quickly Prel removes unglamorous dandruff, leaves hair radiantly lovely. Buy, try.
P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo. Leaves hair radiant, gleaming bright. Not a bit of dandruff is in sight. Comes in a tube, handy too. P-R-E-L-L, Prel shampoo.
Well, Junior, are you finished writing that resolution like I told you?
Yeah, I'm all finished. There.
Now, read it.
Oh, Pop.
Read it.
Well, okay. I hereby resolve that I will never again interfere in other people's affairs, and hereafter I will mind my own business.
Okay, now give it to me and I'll sign it. And I hope this will be a lesson to me.
Procter & Gamble invite you to join us again next week to hear The Life of Riley with William Bendix as Riley. The script is by Reuben Chip and Alan Lipscott. Music by Lou Cosmo. Mrs. Riley is Paula Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Gus Hawkins is Alan Reed. And Junior is Tommy Cook. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker. Winslow. Digger Odell is John Brown. Gus Hawkins is Alan Reed. And Junior is Tommy Cook. The Life of Riley is produced and directed by Irving Brecker.
Granny's, Abner. I believe that's our ring.
Doggy's Lum, I believe you're right.
I'll see. Hello, jot 'em down, store. This is Lum and Abner.
And now, let's see what's going on down in Pine Ridge.
I might change your name, too, Abner.
My name?
I'm going to start calling you Harold.
Harold?
Yeah, that's what Diogenes always called me. His good and faithful herald of the message of truth.
Oh.
I don't know where you ever got that name from me. It sounded sort of good. So that's what I'm going to call you while I'm in full charge.
Harold. Harold Peabody.
Yeah.
Doggies. I believe I like that, Lum. Mr. and Mrs. Harold Peabody and daughter Pearl went to Cherry Hill Saturday to visit Relate. That sounds good, don't it?
Yeah, it sounded better when Diogenes said it, though.
You know, I never did much like that name of Abner. Sounds like it belongs to some feller in a little bitty town instead of me. I always sort of like the name of Charlie.
Charlie.
Yeah, or Frank. I like that, too. Fact is, I believe I like Frank better than Harold. How about calling me Frank Peabody Long?
No, it's got to be Harold.
Well, I sure would love to have you change it to Frank. That's the name of my favorite uncle. Uncle Frank, we call him.
Yeah, that's odd. He's your uncle and his name's Frank, so you call him Uncle Frank.
Yeah.
I don't know how you ever come to call him that.
I don't either. Doggies, I used to have the time of my life visiting down there at his place. Recollect, he had a great big dog, and he named him Frank after himself.
You mean they's both named Frank?
Yeah. You ought to been around there when Uncle Frank's woman would call him to supper. He'd stick her head out the back door and holler, "Supper's ready, Frank." I'd doggies him and that dog would just come a-running. The dog was generally in the lead, though.
Oh, natural.
That's how come he got to be so skinny.
Dog was pretty skinny, huh?
No, Uncle Frank.
Oh.
He never could beat out that dog. That Frank was an awful good runner, too, I recollect. He was a squirrel hunter.
Your uncle was a squirrel hunter?
No, the dog. Well, Uncle Frank was a squirrel hunter, too. He loved to hunt squirrels. So it's come to think about it, him and that dog was an awful lot alike, you know. Both of them had the same color eyes, and they both liked to sit around and sleep in the shade during the daytime. Of course, there was one difference, though. Frank had one awful bad habit.
He did, huh?
Yeah, it made Frank's woman mad, too. He'd sit up all night long in the backyard barking and howling.
Your uncle would do that?
No, that was a dog that done that. Fact is, as long as I've knowed Uncle Frank, I never heard him bark at night.
Well, when does he do his barking? In the daytime?
Huh? In the daytime?
Oh, forget about it.
Did you ever hear him bark in the daytime?
Of course not.
Well, what gave you that idea then?
I was just joshing you, Abner.
Well, now, if you heard him, Lum, I wish you'd come right out and tell me, because if it's the truth, why,
I never heard him bark no time, so stop worrying.
Oh, I never did neither.
Now, let's not discuss it no further. Fact is, I'm sick and tired of hearing about Frank.
Which Frank? My uncle or the dog?
The dog. I mean, both of them.
Oh,
All I want you to do is concentrate on the name Harold, because that's who your name's going to be. And if you show yourself to be a good and faithful messenger, the harbinger of honesty and kindness and stuff, I might send you to Hot Springs with a package of pamphlets.
Well, good for me. Will I have to know that secret password? Light the lantern, friend?
Yeah, I'll even tell you that. But not until just before I send you on the trip. I don't want you blabbing it all over town.
Oh, I won't. I'll just take the pamphlets and... Oh, wait a minute, Lum. You ain't got no pamphlets to give me. In Dodge, and he's left the feed room all locked up so you can't get in there to print no more.
Yeah, I know, but I sort of figuring on getting me a small printing press to use until Dodge gets back. I'll print my own pamphlets.
Where are you going to get a printing press?
I seen one advertised in a magazine that I can get for just selling 10 subscriptions to the magazine.
Well?
There was a picture of it. It looked pretty good, too.
Did, huh?
Called the Happy Time Printing Press or something like that. Anyway, I can print up some pamphlets.
There comes Cedric up out there, Lum.
Is he still carrying his lantern?
Oh, yes. He won't go no place out there. Hey, Doggies, wait a minute.
What's the matter?
Look there. He's carrying 2 lanterns now.
For goodness sakes. Now I'll have to pass 2 laws to keep him from carrying them.
Mind out. Here he comes.
Wonderful world, Mr. Lum. Wonderful world, Mr. Abner.
Wonderful world, Cedric.
How are my good and faithful hamburgers of printed words today?
Doggies, are you talking that way too, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. Mr. Dodge, and he's told me to carry on his work for him while he's gone.
Well...
Did he actually tell you that, Cedric?
Yes, Mom. He even give me his lantern to carry for him till he gets back. I sure got my hands full now, too, carrying both his and mine.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
He told me not to never let the light go out in the lantern, and I won't neither.
Well?
Just a minute, Cedric. When did Dodge need tell you all this?
Yesterday, on the way to catch the train, I drove him in there in my car, and he said I was a good boy and I ought to win that $10,000 honesty prize.
Well, you drove him to the county seat, huh?
Yes, Mom. Or that is, I drove him further than that even. He went on to Hatfield to catch the train.
Hatfield?
Yes, Mom. He didn't want to get on the train there at the county seat. I forget why. So he asked me where the next station was, and that's how come me to drive on to Hatfield there.
Well?
He gave me a $10 bill for it, too.
$10?
Yes, Mom.
Well, that's awful salty of him.
But he dropped his keys in the car, the keys to his workshop back there in the feed room.
Dropped them in the car?
Yes, Mom, right there in the seat. I hollered after him, but he was in such a big rush, I reckon he never heard me.
Oh, well, you better keep them in a good, safe place for him until he gets back, Cedric.
Yes, Mom. Well, I guess I better be going. Got to spread the word of honest and kind to all the corners that's dark and stuff.
Wait a minute, Cedric. You better leave them lanterns here.
Mom?
Dodge and he's left me in full charge of everything, Cedric, and from now on, I'm the only fellow that's going to carry a lantern. Do you understand?
Well, Mr. Lum, Mr. Dodge, and he said I was supposed to carry it. I'm supposed to do all his work for him.
No, you ain't, Cedric. That's a mistake. Dodge and he's never actually meant that, because he told me I was in full authority while he's gone. Abner heard him say it, too, didn't you, Abner?
Well, yeah, he did say that, Cedric.
Well, I don't care. He told me I was supposed to spread the words for him, and doggone it, I'm going to do it, too.
Now, Cedric, that ain't no altitude for you to take. This is a big importance job, and it needs a older head than yours. So from now on, you take your orders from me. Do what I say, or I'll have to make a bad report of you to Dodge and Eve. I'm in full charge of everything. Just remember that, Cedric.
Mom, that was our ring, I believe.
Oh, just a minute, Cedric. I ain't done talking to you yet.
Sit down, Cedric. Sit down.
Hello, jot 'em down, store. Dodge and E's Edwards talking. The wonderful world.
That's his new name, Cedric. Mine's Harold.
Oh, hello, Sister Sampson. What can we do for you?
Wish he'd call me Frank.
Why, yes, of course I knowed he was gone.
After my uncle, not the dog.
Well, I reckon it was sort of a surprise to you. I didn't know it myself that he's going till just before he left.
That dog-hated Snow.
Who's what? Well,
made his ears cold.
Well, who do you suppose would be in charge of his affairs while he's gone?
Run on 3 legs.
He told me I'm in...
One paw over his ear all the time.
Oh, he did? Well, he'll be back in about a week, Sister Sampson, but I'm sure he...
Pull that paw up.
Yeah, but Sister Sampson, I know, but... Well, listen, Sister Sampson, I ain't exactly in full charge. Cedric's really the one that Dodge and he's left in charge. I'll send him right over there. Yes, Mom. Yes, Mom. Not at all, not at all. Wonderful world.
Doggies, Lum, I thought you said...
Shut up, Abner. Cedric, Sister Simpson wants to see you right away on some business for Diogenes. You can be in charge for today.
Oh, boy. Well, I'll get right over there now. Hand me my other lantern there, Mr. Abner.
Yes, Cedric. Yeah.
Much obliged.
Yeah.
Wonderful world.
Wonderful world,
Yeah.
Hey, Doggies, what come over you, Lum? I thought you was in full charge of everything.
Well, fellow oughtn't to be selfish about them things, Abner. Diogenes wants us to be generous and friendly, you know.
Oh, yeah. What did Sister Simpson want, Lum?
Oh, nothing much.
Well, what was it?
Oh, nothing important. Diogenes just forgot to pay his room rent before he left, and she wants it right away.
Andy, you know what that music say?
Yes, Amos, that music say, good health to all from Rexall.
The Amos and Andy Show, written by Joe Connolly and Bob Mosier, featuring Ernestine Wade, Johnny Lee, Amanda Randolph, Fred Clark, Leo Cleary, Reese Williams, Jeff Alexander's music, yours truly, Harlow Wilcox, and starring radio's all-time favorites, Freeman Gosden and Charles Correll, Amos and Andy.
How do you do, ladies and gentlemen? This is Freeman Gosden. This evening, our sponsors, the 10,000 independent Rexall druggists and the Rexall Drug Company, have asked me to extend to you their warm and sincere wishes for a new year full of happiness and prosperity. They are extremely grateful for the patronage you have given them during 1951. And to that, my partner, Charles Correll, and I, and every member of our show add our sincere thanks for the friendly way you have received us into your homes every Sunday evening. And we wish you a very happy New Year.
Well, during the holidays, we all like to have our families around us to share the festive occasion. And the Kingfisher's wife, Sapphire, has invited her mother to be with them over New Year's. Right now, supper is over, and the little family group, Sapphire, the Kingfish, and Mama, are relaxing in the living room.
Oh, Mama, it's so nice to have you here with us again.
Yes, daughter. And I'm so happy I'm going to see the New Year in with you and George.
Yeah, well, Mama, dear, the thing I'd like to know is just how much of the New Year's you planning on seeing in with us?
What you driving at?
Well, nothing, but I remember last year you dropped over to see the New Year in, and you not only see it in the New Year, but you see it in Washington's birthday, St. Patrick's Day, and the 4th of July. As I recall, I think I see your big fat shadow around on Groundhog's Day.
George, is you implying that Mama ain't welcome to spend the New Year with us?
Oh, of course not, Sapphire, but now that you brung it up, I wouldn't mind seeing her and the last chorus of Old Lang Syne fade away at the same time.
You know, son-in-law, dear, you remind me of the circus that went broke.
Now, why is that?
Nothing under the big top but wind.
Now, take it easy there, Mama. Last time you cackled like that, your bridge popped out on the coffee table.
Well, daughter, as long as he's going to take this attitude, why don't you tell that big fat head what you're going to tell him?
You know, Mama, I think you're right.
I can see trouble coming here. Now, wait a minute. What is all this? What kind of an egg is you two vultures hatching now?
George, me and Mama talked it over, and this is final. We're 5 months behind in the rent. We got bills from all over. It's the holidays. So I'm giving you exactly 2 days to get a job, or I'm leaving you for good.
2 days? Now, wait a minute, Sapphire.
George, I'm sick and tired of you not working. And if you don't get a job this time, I'm through with you forever. You hear that, you big loafer?
Yeah, you hear that, you no good, stupid, lazy loafer.
Listen, Mama, just let's have the insult straight. Don't start throwing in no chasers now.
George, I mean what I say. You got exactly 2 days to get a job.
2 days? Now, wait a minute.
Wait a minute, nothing. What kind of a man are you? You ain't got no ambition, no self-respect. You ain't nothing but a low-down, spineless weasel. Come on, Mama, we'll go in the bedroom.
Oh, me. Why did I ever marry that woman? Could I have wanted to stay out of the Spanish-American War that bad? Nothing around here but nastiness and... Yeah?
Stevens, I'm glad I found you home.
Oh. Miss Landlord, yes, sir. You come up here to wish us a Happy New Year or something?
On the contrary, I came up here to throw you out in the street.
You come up here, you mean to say that you,
Look, Stevens, after I throw you out, I'm going to heave your furniture out. Then I'm going to throw your bags and your clothes after you.
Yeah, you're really going for it in a big way, ain't you?
Stevens, I'm tired of your stalling. You're 5 months in arrears on your rent.
Yeah, well, I admit that I pretty well reared up on the stuff, but...
I'm going away over the weekend. When I get back, if there isn't at least 1 month's rent in my mailbox, out you go.
Yeah, well, I'll do something about it, but it ain't right to threaten me like this. Someday I'll get even.
You'll what?
I say, I'll do it this evening. That's what I say.
That's better. Now, I wrote my new address on this piece of paper here. 2121 Riverside Drive.
Yeah.
And the money better be there when I get back.
Oh, yes, I'll send it to you. And by the way, Miss Landlord, would you mind turning on the gas, turn our gas back on? It's been shut off now for a week.
Oh, no. It'll be just like you to kill yourself and cheat me out of my rent.
Yeah, then I've been sitting here in the lodge hall looking through the classified ads here.
So you're going to take a job, huh, Kingfish? This is going to be quite a shock to your friends.
Well...
Tell me this, you going to use your own name or take the job under nom de prune?
Oh, and I'm just going to close my eyes and plunge into the employment with both feet. Yeah, got a lot of jobs here on the help one. Look at that. Look at all these jobs in the paper.
Yeah, look at all them jobs there. Let me see this. Look at this one. Opportunity for ambitious young men to handle fast-moving item. Openings in all fields for solo sitters and can varnishers.
And that's solicitors and canvassers.
Oh. Yeah, well, you know, you better skip that, Kingfish. You don't know nothing about running them big machines.
You know, Andy, you got to watch it. These people that write these help-wanted ads is pretty tricky. Now, one time I answered an ad that say, short hours, good pay, chance for advancement in pleasant suburban surroundings. The job turned out to be digging graves over Newark. That's what it was.
Well, you know, you ought to go see one of these politicians. Get one of them government jobs.
Yeah, government jobs. That's the thing, all right. On them jobs, you can go to sleep and know you was protected.
You can.
Yeah, if you get in right, Andy, you know the only thing that can wake you up is a change of administration, I tell you.
Yeah, but I guess all them good jobs is took.
Yeah, wait a minute. Now, here's something here. I was kind of mulling over this one. I done mulled this one pretty good. Look here. It say, wanted 2 men to learn building trade. Apply to Carter Construction Company. Look, Andy, what do you say? You and me go down there. It wouldn't hurt us to learn the construction business.
Yeah, well, I'll go with you, but, you know, I has always been afraid of work myself after what happened to my uncle. He used to repair the big furnaces in office buildings.
Uh-huh.
He was working inside a firebox one day when they decided to take a little nap. Nobody knew he was in there, and they started up the furnace.
Holy mackerel.
Oh, yeah, it was a sad thing, all right. To this day, our family has never known whether or not we buried the right clinker.
does you think that you can use us, Mr. Carter?
Well, I think I could use you two men on a remodeling job. We're doing over a house, and the preliminary wrecking has to be done. You two might go over there and get started on tearing down the porch.
Yes, sir. We'll de-porch the thing for you.
Oh, yes, sir. We'll work hard, too.
Yes, well, you can get the necessary tools from the foreman. I'll write the address out here for you.
Yeah.
It's 666 Amsterdam Avenue. It's a frame house. There you are.
666 Amsterdam. Thank you, sir. I'll put it in my pocket here.
Yeah, get on it the first thing in the morning and be sure you do a good job over there.
Oh, don't worry about us, mister. When it comes to wrecking, you won't find two bigger wrecks than we is.
Well, Andy, old boy, here it is, 8:30 in the morning.
Yeah, I guess we better get over and start wrecking the porch on that house like Mr. Carter said. I don't remember the address.
Neither do I, but I got the address right here in my pocket. Here it is on a slip of paper here.
You got two slips of paper there.
Yeah, well, one of them got the house we were supposed to wreck, and the other one got the landlord's address on it.
Well, don't get it mixed up.
Oh, don't be stupid, Andy. Nobody can make a mistake like that. 666 Amsterdam Avenue, that's the landlord's address. We go over and rip the porch off of 2121 Riverside Drive. Come on.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Rexall Anapac is a good example. This wonderful new formula combines antihistamine with time-tested APC compound to bring you quick and effective relief from both cold symptoms and the headache, soreness, and fever that usually accompany a cold. Yes, for all-around relief from colds, ask for Anapac. That's A-N-A-P-A-C, Anapac, at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Give me a hand here, Kingfish. I'm having trouble ripping this porch railing off.
Yeah, let me get this crowbar under there one. There we are.
Say, Kingfish, I was just thinking, didn't that Mr. Carter say this house over here on Riverside Drive was supposed to be a frame house?
Yeah, well, this is a frame house.
Yeah, maybe it is, but this is the brickiest frame house I done ever seen.
Listen, Anna, the house got good windows in it.
Yeah, I know.
And the windows made out of wood.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, the windows is framed with brick, ain't it?
Sure.
So there you is. It's a frame house.
Oh, yeah.
We got this right address all right on the paper, 2121 Riverside Drive.
Yeah.
Oh, we got the right house, stupid. We got to rip this porch off, though. Come on, let's get going.
Okay. Say, Kingfish, don't you think we ought to take the roof off the porch first?
No, Andy. We'll get the roof after we take the pillows down. Now, get behind that, boy. I got this pillow loose, and we both gonna pull on it.
Yeah, okay. I got a grip on it, Sheriff.
All right, me too. We both pull together now. Pull. Pull away.
No.
Pull away. Pull away. Pull away. Stop pulling. See, Diana, the roof come right down all right, didn't it?
Yeah, it come down nice all right, but was it supposed to take that bay window with it?
Don't worry about it, Anna. Look here, boy. Look what time it is. Almost 5 o'clock, quitting time.
Good, huh?
Now, we can finish this up in the morning.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Kingfish. I'll meet you back here at 9 o'clock. Only one thing, though, Kingfish. I is still worried about us knocking off that bay window. That ain't exactly part of the porch.
Oh, don't give it a second thought, Anna. In the wrecking business, that's what's known as overcutting. Yeah, it's just like in the medical profession. When it takes out an appendix, ain't nobody gonna hold it against the doctor if, in the heat of the operation, he whacks off a couple of slices of liver. Now, you can't... Oh, me, well, let Andy get over there and do the heavy work this morning, and then I'll wander over to that place later. It ain't working out bad. Sapphire ain't gonna leave me when you find out I got a job. I'm not gonna have money for the landlord. Hello, George. Stevens speaking.
This is Mr. Carter over at the Carter Construction Company.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Carter. How's you this morning?
See here, what are you and Brown trying to pull? Why didn't you show up at that porch wrecking job yesterday?
Yeah, well, you see, excuse me, you say you want us to slow up on that porch wrecking job?
I said, why didn't you show up on that porch wrecking job?
Well, Miss Carter, excuse me, we got a bad disconnection here.
Can't you hear what I'm saying?
I can hear what you're saying, but I know you ain't saying what I was hearing.
Hello?
Look, Miss Carter, the phone's all messed up here. I tell you what, you hang up and I'll call you right back.
All right. It's Jester 67423.
Hey, like that. Man, say one thing into the phone and come out another. You'd think they'd have the bugs out of these things by now.
Hello?
This is Mr. Stevens again, Mr. Carter.
Oh, well, can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Carter, coming in fine.
Good.
Now, what was that you want to tell me?
I want to know why you and Brown didn't show up to wreck that porch yesterday.
Mr. Carter, I think this time I better hang up and then you call me back.
Look, Stevens, what's going on here? You sound confused.
I sound confused. You is the one that's confused. We spent the whole day yesterday wrecking the porch over at 2121 Riverside Drive.
2121 Riverside Drive? That's fine.
Oh, thank you, sir.
That's just great.
Oh, we thought it was a nice job we done.
The porch you were supposed to wreck was at 666 Amsterdam Avenue.
Miss Carter, is you there?
Yes.
Listen, Miss Carter, this time I'm going to hang up unless nobody call nobody back. Holy mackerel. How could we have went to the wrong address? The only other address I had in my pocket was the land. Oh, me. We done tore the porch off the landlord's house. And after me saying that I'd get even with him. Holy mackerel. He not only going to bounce me out of my apartment, but he going to dribble me right down to the jail. That's what he's going
That's right, officer. I'm phoning from my house right now. I just got home.
You mean to say some vandals practically tore the porch off your house? Have you any idea who it was?
Not in the least. I'd certainly like to get my hands on the person responsible for this. I tell you, Just a minute, officer. A car is stopping in front of my house. A man's getting out with some tools. A fat fellow with a derby. He's got a crowbar in his hand. Whoever it was has come back.
Well, it's probably some kind of a nut. You keep him there and humor him a bit. We'll send a squad car right over.
Fine. Now let me get out and see what's going on.
Thank you, Amos. Thank you very much for driving me over here.
Yeah, well, Andy, from the looks of that porch over there, you and the Kingfish done a good job yesterday, all right?
Oh, yeah. He's going to meet me over here. I'll see you later, Amos.
All right, Andy. So long, boy.
Man just come out of the house. Maybe the construction company sent him over here. Good morning, mister. You going to help me wreck the porch this morning?
No. So you're the one who wrecked the porch.
Oh, sure.
You just came over here and decided to wreck it all by yourself?
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. Mr. Carter told me to do it.
Oh, Mr. Carter told you?
Yes, sir.
I suppose this Mr. Carter is a little man with pink wings that no one can see but you.
No, sir. He's a big fellow that smokes a pipe and wears a checkered vest. Anybody can see him if they make an appointment. Hey, look at there, mister. A police car done stopped in front of the house. And the two policemen is coming this way. Say, you ain't no trouble, is you, mister?
I'm in no trouble.
Wonder what they want.
Is this him?
This is him.
All right, buddy. Just come along with us.
With you?
Yes, it's all right with Mr. Carter.
Oh, well, that's different, sure. Where are we going?
We're taking a little trip to the station house.
Oh, you got a porch down there you want ripped off, too?
All right, Mac, take him away. All right.
Now, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Friends, don't let your holiday be spoiled by the acid indigestion that sometimes results from rich, heavy foods and beverages. Keep a bottle of Bismarex on hand. This famous antacid, with the exclusive Rexall formula, works in a continuous relay to give both fast and prolonged relief. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease gastric distress and leave a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. So remember, for fast, continuous, and prolonged relief from acid indigestion, ask for Bismarex, Bisma-Rex, Bismarex. Always on hand at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
And that's the whole story, Calhoun. We got the porches mixed up. We were supposed to wreck the stoop on Amsterdam Avenue, but instead we tore down the stoop on Riverside Drive.
Uh-huh.
Now what can I do about Andy, who is in jail?
Now, just a minute, Kingfish. Let's just consider one stoop at a time.
Look, Calhoun, if the landlord ever finds out that I is involved in this thing, he gonna think I was trying to get even with him, and he gonna throw the book at me. Now, Amos is down now getting Andy out of jail on bail. But this case come up tomorrow, and Andy's sure to tell the whole story to the judge.
Well, now, Kingfish, in a case like this, at all costs, you must maintain the vegetable equilibrium.
Vegetable equilibrium?
Yeah, don't let Andy spill the beans.
I guess you're right there, Calhoun. I gotta find some way, though, to keep that boy Andy from involving me in this young mess. Now, how I gonna do that? How I gonna keep Andy big mouth shut?
Well, now, you know, it's too bad that you and Andy ain't gangsters, Kingfish, because when one gangster gets arrested, he never squeals on the other one.
Well, Andy only been in jail overnight, and gangsters don't squeal. Calhoun?
Huh?
I got it. I think I'm going to have a little talk with hardened criminal Brown.
Yeah, you got to convince him that he ought to keep his mouth shut. But you better act fast, Kingfish.
Yeah, I'm going to act fast.
You know, I got a lawyer friend, and his client was in the death house last week, sentenced to the electric chair. And the lawyer tried to get him out on a habeas corpus.
Habeas corpus, huh?
Yeah, first he went to the mayor, and then he went to the lieutenant governor, then he went to the governor, and then he went to the Supreme Court.
Well, how'd he make out?
Not so good. By the time he got to habeas, his client was a corpus.
Well, Andy, here you is. Here's the lodge hall, boy.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot, Amos, for bailing me out of jail.
Oh, you're welcome, man. I was glad to come down and do it.
Yeah, well, I hope I could do the same for you sometime.
Well, this is a terrible thing, though, when you stop and think of it. When I got your telephone call, I didn't know. Well, I was just sorry for you. Spending 12 hours in jail. And not only that, now you got to go before the judge tomorrow morning, ain't you?
Oh, yeah, but that ain't nothing. Kingfish will straighten that all out. Well, see you later. So long, Amos.
So long.
Oh, boy. I'll bet that Kingfish been worried sick about me. Hi, Kingfish. Got to talk to you.
How's you, Andy? What's new?
What's new? Kingfish, listen here. I got arrested, spent 12 hours in jail, and my case comes up tomorrow.
Well, I think it was funny that I didn't see you around, Andy.
Wait a minute, Jerry. What is you talking about? I got arrested for tearing up that porch. But I guess everything's going to be all right, though, when I tell the judge about Mr. Carter and you and me working for him and all that business.
Oh, you decided to flip your lip when you goes before the judge, huh? You done decided to turn squealer, violate the code of the underworld.
The code of the underworld?
Certainly, Andy. You know what the gangsters does to squealers. Puts them in a barrel of cement and throws them in the Hudson River.
They always do that?
Oh, yeah, Andy. That river really getting jammed up, too. Why, when that tide is out, you can walk on stool pigeons from here to Jersey City.
But listen here, Kingfish, that code of the underworld.
Yeah.
That's for crooks and gangsters. I ain't no gangster.
Oh, you ain't, huh? Well, now let's analyze the situation here and see if you is or not. Where was you for the past 12 hours? Now, tell me that. Look me in the eye, though. Tell me where you was.
In jail.
All right. And when you was in jail, who was in the cell on one side of you?
Well, a criminal.
Right. Now, who was in the cell on the other side of you?
Another criminal. But that don't make me no criminal.
Listen, Anna, down on the farm, the only thing they put between two mules is another jackass or a load of hay. Believe me, boys, with that mills of yours, you don't look like no bale of hay to me.
Well, I don't care what you say now, even if I is a gangster. I'm going to tell the judge the truth.
Well, if you done made up your mind to squeal, that's it. But I sure hope you don't go like Legs O'Shaughnessy.
Legs O'Shaughnessy, what happened to him?
Well, he was innocent too, Andy, but he blabbed to the judge. The mob cut him down as he was leaving the courthouse. Submachine guns, Andy. Really filled him full of holes.
Really ventilated him, huh?
Oh, yeah. More holes in the boy than the piccolo. I remember there was a slight wind blowing at the funeral. And when they played Our Sweet Mystery of Life, O'Shaughnessy whistled right along with the organ.
I'll tell you something, Kingfish. I don't want to end up in the string section at my own funeral. I guess the best thing for me to do is not to say nothing to nobody.
And you can't go against the code of the underworld. You got to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, of course I is. The only thing to do is go down there, keep your mouth shut, plead guilty, and take the rap. Oh, it's the only thing to do. Oh, you big man, boy.
This really goes to show you the dangers of employment. I take a job for the first time in 10 years, and 2 days later, I winds up a hardened criminal.
Well, come on in and walk with me up to my apartment.
Oh, me, Kingfish, what a day I had in court today. I pleaded guilty, and the judge done fined me $200. I sure glad I kept my mouth closed, though, and followed the code of the underworld.
Well, Andy, now that it's all over, boy, I got a little confession to make here.
Yes, huh?
Hey, you see, I done got the addresses mixed up, and that was my landlord's house that we done tore the porch off of.
What?
Yeah, well, I had to let you take the rap, Andy. I had to do it.
Kingfish, this is the dirtiest trick you done ever pulled.
Well, now, wait a minute, Andy. It ain't my fault that I was smart and you was a big dummy. Ain't no use be mad.
Now, listen, Kingfish.
Now, wait a minute. Now, wait. Let's let bygone be bygone. Now, come on in the apartment, Andy, and I'll invite you to dinner just to show you there ain't no hard feelings.
Yeah, well, that's better. Okay.
That's my dear, home.
Well, that's fine. You can take my bags down to the taxi. I'm leaving.
And she's leaving you for good this time, skinhead.
But, honey...
George, you let me down. I told you if you didn't get a job in 2 days, I was leaving you for good. I could forgive you if you had at least tried.
Yeah, but, honey, I didn't let you down. I not only tried to get a job, but I did get a job with the Carter Construction Company. I worked for 2 days.
I don't believe it.
Oh, tell her, Andy. Tell her how I worked for 2 days with the Carter Construction Company.
Not me, Kingfish. I'm keeping my mouth shut. I still following the code of the underworld.
For midwinter buys that will pop your eyes, check Rexall's full-page ad in current issues of Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman. You'll find 7 big cut-price specials on everyday needs. Example, Rex Ray Heat Pad. Regular price $4.49, down now to only $2.99. In addition, there are 65 other top-quality Rexall values. So remember this tip from Wilcox. For midwinter buys that will pop your eyes, check Rexall's full-page ad in the current issues of Life, Look, Collier's, Saturday Evening Post, and Country Gentleman.
And ladies and gentlemen, we certainly hope that one of your New Year's resolutions will be to visit your Rexall family drugstore. Thank you and good night.
See you next Sunday.
Special all during January. Half-price sale on Caranome hand cream. Regular $2.20 jar, yours for only $1.10.
And Caranome hand cream is hypoallergenic, safe for most sensitive skins. It softens, beautifies, protects.
Remember, all during January, regular $2.20 jar of Caranome hand cream, only $1.10 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. Be sure to be with us next Sunday at the same time when your Rexall druggist will again present the Amos and Andy Show. Stay tuned for the Edgar Bergen Charlie McCarthy program, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Elliot Lewis, B. Benaderet, Frank Nelson, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night's comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
3 years ago, George put his name on the waiting list for a new car. And at long last, that glorious moment has arrived.
Gracie, the man from the automobile agency just called. A trainload of new cars arrived from Detroit, and we get one of them.
Wonderful. At last we'll have something newer than Joe and Clara Bagley. Clara's always rubbing it in that my things are older than hers.
Well, she's right. Your refrigerator is older. Your vacuum sweeper's older.
Well, even my dishwasher is older.
But, Gracie, I wash the dishes.
I know.
Well, grab your hat, honey, and let's go and get that new car. I can't wait to drive by the Bagley's house and show it off.
Oh, let me do it, George. I'll drive right into their living room.
You can't do that.
Well, why not? I drove into our living room once. It's much smaller than this.
I know, I remember that, yes. Well, let's go and get the new car.
That's right, Mr. Burns. Your name's at the top of the list. And your new car is out in the service department now being checked over.
Well, what'll it cost us?
Oh, just the list price, Mr. Burns. We don't accept bonuses.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, let's see. List price on your car is $1,750.
Okay.
With the extras, it comes to $3,400.
$3,400? What extras?
Why, extra equipment that every car needs. Things like a compass and barometer, a radar detector, Venetian blinds at all the windows.
Now, wait a minute. If you...
Built-in chrome-plated cuspidor.
What do I want with a cuspidor?
Well, sure, he can use the regular door.
Greatly. And then there's the dashboard television set.
I can't look at a television and drive an automobile.
I see you're not a native Californian.
Now, look.
Then there's the silver-plated fog lights that go on the front of the motor.
We don't need that stuff.
Well, certainly not. You can just leave the motor off.
Look, mister, I'm not going to take all those extras.
You're not, huh? But what do you know? I've been holding the list upside down. Your name's on the bottom.
Take it. I'll pay anything to get a new car before Joe Bagley gets one. When will the car be ready?
About an hour. They're just installing the garbage disposal unit.
Couldn't live without it. Well, I've got a meeting at the office, Gracie. Here's enough money for a down payment. When the car is ready, drive it home and put it in the garage.
All right, dear.
Put that in the garage, and I couldn't get it out. But for heaven's sake, drive carefully. Keep your hands on the wheel. Your foot on the brake. Your mouth closed. Your ears open and your eyes on the road.
Uh-huh. Is it all right if my nose just hangs there and rests?
I'll see you at home.
Meantime, George's arch rival, Joe Bagley, is hearing the news at Pop's Cigar Store.
You mean to say George is getting a new car before I get mine?
Yeah. Gracie's waiting down to the auto place right now to drive it home.
Darn it. I'd give anything to get my hands on that new car.
Well, now I'll sell you my car, Mr. Bagley. It's as good as new, latest model made.
Latest model what?
Stutz Bearcat, 1918. Got a raccoon tail on the radiator cap.
Oh, Pop, nobody would be dumb enough to buy a 1918 Stutz Bearcat. It's not... Wait a minute. Gracie would. Yeah, that's it. Pops, I think I'm going to wind up with George's new car. How much do you want for your Stutz?
Well, now it's in A1 condition.
How much?
Auto prices are sky high right now.
How much?
Got to make a little profit on it.
How much?
$25.
All right, here's your money. Where's the car?
Parked down in front. Now, you be careful when you get into it, Joe. Don't sit on my ukulele.
Well, Joe Bagley, how nice to see you. Did you come in here to buy a new car?
No, Gracie. I heard that you were getting one, so I came by to push it home for you.
Push it? One is one?
Gracie, you're an intelligent woman. Figure it out for yourself. Where are the new cars made?
Detroit.
How do they get them out here?
On the train.
If they run, why bring them out on the train?
Oh, you're right. I never thought of that. My goodness, every time I wanted to go somewhere, I'd have to put it on the train.
Exactly.
It's hard enough to find parking space for a car, let alone a train.
Sure. Now, there's no two ways about it, Gracie. They just don't build good cars anymore. In fact, the last really good car was made in 1918.
1918?
There was a vintage year. They built 30 dependable cars.
But where could I find an automobile that was made in 1918? That was 20 years ago.
30.
No, 20. I know because that's the year I was born, and I'm 20.
My mistake. But getting back to 1918 cars, I'm afraid I have the only one in town. There it is, parked out in front.
Well, I don't see it, Joe. Is it behind that concrete mixer?
That's the car.
Oh.
They don't make them like that anymore.
I didn't know they ever did.
That's a genuine Stutz Bearcat, made of the finest steel smelted in Pittsburgh. There's a car that'll run 1,000,000 miles.
Really?
It did it once, it can do it again. And what a historical background that car has got. It was built in 1918, the year of the armistice. When the Kaiser was defeated, General Blackjack Pershing rode triumphantly down Fifth Avenue in that dust.
Oh, yeah. I don't suppose you'd want to sell it, huh?
Gracie, would be like selling my own wife.
Yeah. They do look a little alike.
Darned if they don't. All right, Gracie, you can have it.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You're making a great sacrifice. How much is it?
You couldn't possibly pay what it's worth, so take it for nothing. Just give me $25 to transfer the ownership. Then I'll give you my wife's split.
Oh, no, the car's enough. I won't take your underwear.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bird.
Yes?
Your new car won't be ready until tomorrow morning. We're removing the speedometer to make room for a mixmaster. Here's the priority, which will entitle you to the car when it's ready. I'll see you tomorrow.
But Mr. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Will he be mad if I don't take the new car?
Yes, he will. Gracie, I'll carry my sacrifice even further and buy it myself.
Oh, Joe, you should.
In friendship's name, I'll do it. I'm a skilled mechanic. I can probably make it run.
Oh, George, I'll never forget you for this. Here's the priority for your car.
Thank you. Here's the crank for yours.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to look in the garage and see my new car. I hope Gracie got it home all right. Yeah, there. Oh, no, she had a wreck. I'll never see her again. Nobody could be in a wreck like that and live.
Oh, well, how do you like it?
Gracie, thank goodness you weren't killed in the accident.
What accident?
Didn't you hit something when you drove the car home?
No, I was very careful. I didn't even hit my front fender when it fell off.
Gracie, where'd you get this car?
From Joe Bagley.
Joe Bagley?
Yes, he took the priority for our new car and sold me this one.
This pile of junk?
Junk? Well, I'll have you know this is a genuine stuffed polecat.
What?
They smelled it clear in Pittsburgh.
I don't doubt it.
And it has a historical background, too. In this car, General Pershing defeated Henry Kaiser in a game of blackjack.
This is murder.
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Hiya, Tex.
I was passing by and seen you out here in the garage. Say, ma'am, where'd you get the old relic?
I met him in vaudeville.
He means the stuff.
Yeah, I know, dear. I was just joking to cheer you up.
Well, I'm very happy. Mr. Judson, look at this car that Joe Bagley stole Gracie.
Car? Why, it looks more like the covered wagon my great-grandpappy had when he founded the city of Dallas.
He founded it?
Yep.
Who lost it?
Who lost it? Oh, I like your sense of humor, man. I'll be sick. No, come to think of it, I ain't leaving yet.
Good, because I want to tell you what else Bagley did. He talked Gracie out of my priority for a new car.
Well, now that's a real mean trick. A man who'd do that would feed California oranges to a Texas hog. Come on, little man. You and me's going over to Joe Bagley's and force him to give you back your priority. Good.
Oh, hello, George. Listen, Joe. Either you take that old stuff and give me my priority, or Mr. Judson here is going to beat you up.
That's right, Bagley. Anyone who cheats the friend of a Texan is in for a licking.
Texas. Say, what part of Texas you're from, partner?
Dallas. Why?
Well, I'm a Fort Worth boy myself.
Huh? You tell. So you're a Texan? Why, sure. My pappy's got 7 oil wells. Oh, I'm awful sorry to hear your family's on wheelies. Wait a minute. Mr. Judson, you came over here to whip them. What did you say, Yankee? This man cheated me. Why, you falsifying little weasel. I'd skin you alive if I was sure that you was. If you were sure that it... Oh, I like your sense of humor, partner.
There's no mistaking those great Gershwin melodies, Meredith. It's the music of America's most famous composer.
Gershwin earned that title, Toby. He was an absolute perfectionist. He'd work round the clock till a melody was set just right. Then he worked just as hard on the harmony or a tricky rhythm effect.
And when he'd put them all together, another great hit was born.
Right. Gershwin might have worked like mad on the different parts of the song, but he never lost sight of the complete musical result. Here's one of his songs all America knows by heart. But try to recognize it from just his mellow harmony. Or now, with this rich counter melody added.
Well, both themes are wonderful, Meredith, but we need more.
All right, Toby, then we'll add the vigorous rhythm. And now we'll blend in George Gershwin's melody and complete this favorite of favorites.
Yes, the beautiful and popular The Man I Love. Friends, you see how America's favorite songs demand the expert blending of many perfect orchestral parts. Well, it's the same way with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Not one, but many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees must be blended to achieve the satisfying, good to the last drop flavor of Maxwell House. Our Maxwell House experts, with careful skill, select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellin. For vigor, they select other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. Blended in one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum packed and roaster fresh. Tomorrow, discover the extra flavor, extra satisfaction of America's favorite brand of coffee. Discover why now, more than ever, all this extra flavor and satisfaction makes Maxwell House today's outstanding coffee buy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
Well, this is great. Bagley's going to get my new car, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz bed.
Oh, now, George, stop worrying.
With a raccoon tail yet.
I got you into this, and I'll get you out.
Got any ideas?
Oh, I've got so many ideas in my brain, I can just rattle them off. You're talking to a real rattlebrain. That didn't sound right, did it?
Did to me. Well, I'll go over and see if Bill Goodwin can help me. I'll see you later, dear.
Well, Gracie, you've gotten your husband into a mess. I know it. You ought to be ashamed. I am. You're beautiful but dumb. I'm not dumb. Well, how are you going to get that priority back from Joe Bagley? I could get it back if I went over and told his wife Clara a few lies. Gracie. You wouldn't lie. Oh, you don't know me very well, do you?
I'm glad you dropped by, Gracie. I want to thank you for giving Joe this priority for a new car.
Oh, that's all right, Clara. Just give me half the bobby pins you find in it.
Bobby pins? Mm-hmm. Gracie, are you insinuating that Joe might pick up girls?
Oh, no. It's just that girls can't resist the new cars. Why, when one drives by, they all hop on it.
They do?
Sure, haven't you heard of a car hop?
But Gracie...
Oh, now, there's nothing to worry about, Clara. They're mostly young college girls around 18 and 19 with sweaters and short skirts.
Oh, but Gracie, those college girl flirtations are harmless.
Of course.
Why, I was a college girl the first time Joe dated me. I remember we just got in his car and drove to the beach and... I'll kill him. If that worm tries to buy a new car, I'll kill him.
Oh, you're being smart, Clara. When a man gets a new car, his wife becomes a gas widow.
Here, Gracie, you take the priority. Even in a new car, your husband is safe. And as for Joe, I'll get him the oldest, most broken-down car in the world.
Well, there it is, parked in the driveway. Goodbye, Clara.
Meantime, George has gone to seek help from his friend Bill Goodwin. We find him now in Bill's apartment.
So that's the story, Bill. Bagley gets my new car tomorrow morning, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz Bearcat.
Well, gee, I don't know how I can help you, George.
With a raccoon tail yet.
Well, I might buy the old Bearcat from you. I'll give you $10 for it.
Thanks, Bill, but you wouldn't want it. You'd get a girl and drive out on some lonely road, and the darn thing would stop on you.
Give you $100 for it.
Bill, it hardly runs. It's got no pickup at all.
I'll provide the pickup. It'll be loaded with dames in no time.
I doubt it, Bill. Looks like a tin can.
You know something better to fill with tomatoes?
Well, okay. Come on over to the house and you can have a look at it.
Well, ring for the elevator while I grab my hat.
Okay. Here's the elevator, Bill.
Well, look who's here. Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Yeah.
Can't you see us?
Of course I see you. I got eyes like a house. You're very slow waitresses. Waitresses? I've been here in the coffee shop 15 minutes, and no one has taken my order yet. Why didn't they tell me that? I'm so hungry, my stomach keeps going up and down. Professor, this is the elevator. I'm Bill Goodwin, and this is my boss. Glad to meet you, Mrs. Goodwin.
I'm George Burns. You should get glasses, Professor.
Who needs glasses? I got eyes like a hawk.
If my wife had eyes like a hawk, wouldn't be stuck with that Bearcat.
Bearcat?
Yeah. She bought a Stutz Bearcat with a raccoon tail yet.
Why, that's priceless. For that, I would pay $2,000.
$2,000?
Sure, to add to my collection.
Oh, boy. This'll turn Joe Bagley green. Professor, I could kiss you.
That'll turn him green.
Come on, let's go home and get the Bearcat.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hi, Daisy.
Hello, Professor Cockendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Gracie, I got wonderful news.
Oh, no. Let me tell my wonderful news
But
first.
this is...
No. I got back the car priority and sold the Stutz Bearcat to the Bagleys. Now, what's your wonderful news?
We just lost $2,000.
Oh, I think my news is better.
Gracie, Professor Korkendorfer will give us $2,000 for the Bearcat. Give me that priority. I'll trade it back to Joe. Wait right here, Professor, and make yourself at home.
Yeah, I sit right here on this nice chair. Ooh, it's so soft and comfortable.
Hurry back, George. He's awfully heavy on my lap.
I've been waiting already an hour for your husband to bring the Bearcat. I can't wait no longer.
Oh, please, Professor, don't go. Bill, give him another cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Here you are, Professor. Steaming, fragrant Maxwell House. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, sure it's wonderful, but I have had already 16 cups. I love that Maxwell House coffee, but the donuts are very tough.
Donuts? What donuts?
The ones here on the table.
Those are my napkin rings.
No wonder they didn't dump so good.
Well, we'll make up for the donuts. Gracie, put on the coffee pot and make the professor another 16 cups of Maxwell House.
Another 16 cups I couldn't bring. You'd better just make me 15 cups.
All right, and while I'm doing that, you can be making out the check for $2,000.
No, maybe I better shouldn't. What if I write a check for $2,000 and he don't bring back the Bearcat?
Well, you've still gotten your money's worth, Professor. 16 cups of Maxwell House coffee are worth $2,000 of anybody's money. It's a superb blend. In Maxwell House, they put Monizales, Medellins, and Bucaramangas.
They put them there. I find them. I got eyes like a hawk.
No, you don't see them, Professor. You only taste them. And what a flavor they give us.
Oh, yeah, it's good coffee. But I come here to buy a stuffed Bearcat.
A stuffed Bearcat?
Sure. And it's got a raccoon tail yet. Somebody got the bear, a cat, and a raccoon. And then they stuffed it. For this weird creature, I pay $2,000.
Oh, this is terrible. Oh, I hate to have George come home.
Well, why, Gracie? If you pay $2,000 for a weird creature, have George stuff.
Professor, there's been a terrible mistake.
Well, I gave Joe the priority slip and got the bag. I had to push it 7 blocks. The darn thing died.
It should die. They stuffed it while it was alive.
Stuffed it? George, the professor only wanted the Bearcat because he thought it was a stuffed animal.
Oh, no. I've lost the priority in $2,000. Oh.
Gracie, he's fainted. Bring me some ice and spirits of ammonia.
Oh, well, that's fine. George is fainted and you want to mix yourself a drink.
Huh?
Take care of him, Bill. I've got things to do. I got him into this mess and I'll get him out.
After a sleepless night, George received a surprise visit early the next morning from Joe Bagley.
You got a nerve coming here, Bagley.
George, old pal, I'm here to apologize. I've come to slap you on the back and bury the hatchet. Here's your new car priority, and I'm taking the stuff.
Joe, I misjudged you. You're a real gentleman.
That's me, Gentleman Joe. So long, George.
So long, Joe. Gracie.
What is it, dear?
Bagley just gave me our priority and took back the stuff.
Oh, I'll bet this ad in the morning paper had something to do with it.
What is?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Movie studio will pay $3,000 for 1918 Stutz Bearcat for use in pictures.
Bagley rooked me again.
No, he didn't, George. I put that ad in the paper.
You mean you put it in so Bagley would...
Uh-huh.
Bagley? You're a genius.
Yeah, and I'm smart, too. I've already gone to the automobile agency and made a deal with them.
A deal?
Yeah. Now you'll only have to pay $1,750.
For the new car?
No, we're just getting the extras. The garbage disposal unit, the mix
I think I'll
master,
crank
the
it.
Venetian glass.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
Good night, folks. We're a little late.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Henning. And now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.